go try to get inside if that's possible.
Okay, sounds good.
Right, I'll keep you
I
posted.
texted you. I know you were busy, so just ignore my text.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
All right, folks, we'll see if we could get that shot there back for you. Right now, we're going to take you to Capitol Hill, where we are awaiting Vice President-elect Mike Pence.
Stop everybody, yeah. Stop everybody, okay? Yeah, you want to get this down. You know what? Stop everybody.
No running. No running. Where'd the TV guys?
And folks, the very latest there, President-elect Donald Trump is using WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to cast doubt on the U.S. intelligence community's case that Russia was behind hacking of the Democratic National Committee ahead of the 2016 election, and he's suggesting that the DNC is to blame for the hacking of its computers and emails, including those of top Hillary Clinton advisor John Podesta. Trump continued his tweet storm Wednesday by arguing the DNC did not have a hacking defense and questioning why the Democratic Party had not responded to the terrible things they did and said. He appeared to be referring to information in the DNC emails that was made public and led to the resignation of the DNC chairwoman and other officials. Julian Assange said a 14-year-old could have hacked Podesta. Why was DNC so careless? Also said Russians did not give him the info, Trump tweeted early today. And a day after Republicans took their first step toward dismantling Obamacare, President Obama is huddling with congressional Democrats to strategize on ways to preserve at least parts of his signature health care law. The president was heading to Capitol Hill today for a strategy session as Vice President-elect Mike Pence is set to meet with the GOP lawmakers to discuss how to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. The separate sessions were coming on the second day of the new GOP-led Congress. In 16 days, Republican Donald Trump replaces Obama at the White House, putting the party's longtime goal of much of the 2010 health care overhaul within reach.
Chuck
Should the Democrats work with the Republicans to replace the law?
It was great to see you. Happy New Year, everybody.
Down, fellas, please. Down, fellas, please. Thank you. Down. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
You can see President Obama answering zero questions.
Hey, Steph, President Obama just walking right past me here in this hallway asked whether or not Democrats should help Republicans replace this law. He responded by saying, Happy New Year to you too. So clearly not ready to answer questions about that yet. That, of course, would be the big question here up on Capitol Hill. Pretty easy for Republicans to take this law apart. Much harder for them to put it back together. And at stake are those 20 million people who are getting health insurance
the president actually just
from
walked right
this
behind
law.
me. Carol
And the
was
question for
walking
Democrats
right
is
in the
going to
room,
be partly,
and I asked him,
do you
I
help
started out a question to him
Republicans
as he
try to
walked
put it
by. I
back
said,
together?
so do you
Privately,
think that the
Democrats say,
Democrats should
no way, no
work
how are they
with
going
the
to tell
Republicans in trying to
Republicans
replace
that
the
they
law?
will help them
And he
fix the
paused for a
mess
second,
that
he
they
seemed
might
like
be
he
about
wanted
to
to
create.
answer
And of course,
the
there is
question,
some
and
chaos
then he said,
on the
Happy New
Republican
Year.
side
So he didn't
about
quite
just
go
what the
there
right
about
strategy is
what he
for
thinks the next
approaching
step should be.
this
But
law, whether
he
it
was
should be
standing next
repealed
to
or
the two
replaced right
Democratic
away,
leaders,
whether there
Chuck
should be
Schumer.
a longer timeline, and just what the political implications might be if it does fall apart, and if Americans do blame Republicans if they lose their health insurance. But
So you want to keep the camera a little bit wide here and kind of set the scene for you. We have two businesses here on the corner of 85 and roughly Baseline. This is the 85 that you would take down to Gila Bend. Now the business on the left-hand portion here, this is Fertizona, and to the right is a Quickcrete business. Now we are told by Phoenix Fire as well as Buckeye Valley and Buckeye Fire that they've evacuated the folks from the Quickcrete location. You can see them all standing over here, and they've been evacuated from their positions at their jobs this morning. So Phoenix Fire, Buckeye Fire, Avondale Fire, Buckeye Valley is also here as well, and even some folks from Glendale on scene. This is a huge area a large response. Right now, no crews going through looking for any sort of leaks at this point, but right now they're continuing their investigation. But at this point, the folks from Quickcrete have been evacuated, and they are looking into what could have possibly caused at least a scent or a hint of ammonia in the air coming from this general area here in Buckeye.
Yeah, ammonia is bad news. You do not want to be breathing that in. And Troy, I know you're kind of panning in the other direction, but those workers that you showed a minute ago, they appear to all have like breathing masks on. Is that to help with the smell of the ammonia, or is that part of what their work at Quickcrete? It's odd.
I think this is part of their work that they do every day at Quickcrete, because of course mixing the concrete and everything like that, a lot of dust, and so they keep those dust masks on. They do have some reflective gear and also hard hats. So I think this is part of their protective gear that they work with every day. But we don't see anyone else, no firefighters or police officers wearing any sort of mask or anything. Everybody's standing around, at least at this point, trying to figure out exactly what's happening and where that smell might have came from.
All right, Troy, thank you for the update, and we'll bring you more as we learn more about this scene. Arizona Diamondbacks, they throw a curveball at Maricopa County, filing a lawsuit that could allow them to leave Chase Field, break their contract there. Baseball team says the county is not meeting its obligations to pay for improvements to the ballpark, well over $100 million. Matter of fact, $185 million in repairs they say need to be done. The suit does not seek any damages or taxpayer funding, but would allow the team to explore its options and maybe move out of that ballpark that we all paid for not that long ago, Ron. And so we'll see how this ends up. But boy, that relationship between the county and the D-backs is getting worse and worse.
Man, it's weird to see all this finger pointing. You just got to believe at some point these guys can get together, kind of move toward the middle and get something done. Well, some sad news to update you this morning on a story that we had followed for the last several days out of the Denver area. The body of a little boy was pulled out of an icy pond in the Denver suburb of Aurora, and it might be that little 6-year-old David Puckett who vanished on New Year's Eve. Do you remember the comments we had from the mom earlier this week? She could barely speak. She was so emotional, so heartbroken. The boy wandered away from his home Saturday night. They did an Amber Alert. Last night, investigators informed the family that they had made the discovery, but nothing is final or official until the coroner there does the autopsy to confirm that it might very well, the fear is it might very well be that missing 6-year-old. To Kellers, where they're just about to go into their 6th year of a drought. Surveyors took measurements of the snow levels in the Golden State, and they found that the water levels in California are still quite low. But I can tell you this, there is some good news. Snow is on the way. Surveyors have been out there, and yeah, the drought is bad, but they are talking about this storm that's hitting California right now and will last for the next 3 days. Could bring 2 feet of snow to the mountains above Sacramento as you head up into the Sierra Nevadas. Sacramento got a ton of rain just last night, and they're warning about the possibility of mudslides. Well, how about this, you guys? One of the biggest names in social media, just about as big as the president-elect himself, is Kim Kardashian, and she disappeared for months after being targeted by thieves in France. Well, guess what? This morning, she's back online, and here's what she tweeted. Ha ha, I missed you guys. And somebody actually, she retweeted this, quote tweeted it. I really cried when I saw that Kim Kardashian put a post on Instagram. I missed her, and she said, aw. So she, I don't remember how many, but it's millions and millions of followers that she's got on social media. And so Anyway, she's back, you guys. We all remember what happened. It was exactly 3 months ago to the day, yesterday, that she was basically put in fear of her life. Some robbers burst into the hotel where she'd been staying in Paris. Remember, she literally had to beg for her life. They did release her, but many wondered if she'd ever get back on social media. So she's back.
And here she is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
okay.
posted a picture on Instagram, but I'm not sure we can show it to you. So anyway.
So it's
at
a
least we
typical
got the
Kim
tweets on
Kardashian
there.
shot.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, you don't get like 87 million followers for nothing, I guess.
Right.
Money Watch, more than 700,000 people here in our state got a raise on Sunday. A new law bumping up the minimum wage went into effect.
So those workers also get sick time. Prop 206 passed very easily in November. While people no doubt will enjoy the extra money in their paychecks, many in the business community are still fighting the law in the Arizona.
It's available to us back in New York, covering that commuter train derailment. Here's the very latest. Officials say around 3 dozen people suffered minor injuries when a Long Island Railroad train either hit something or derailed as it arrived at a New York City terminal. Passengers told TV news crews on the scene that there was a loud bang and a jolt that sent some people flying. Some people were carried away on stretchers. Others were sitting outside the train holding ice packs to their heads. Reports from the scene said some people were bleeding from cuts as well. Railroad officials said they had no immediate information on the cause of the accident, which happened around 8:20 local time there, so about 2 hours ago. Excuse me, an hour ago.
See any conductor looking? No.
possibly they'll do it, but it is kind of wild. Here comes another train. Actually, is that moving?
Let's see. Yeah, it's moving very slowly.
So we have kind of standard operations or possibly modified operations happening a short distance away from this accident. Unfortunately, this will be kind of the last of the that we can see of the news unfolding, the derailed train. We're not going to be able to see it that clearly after this baby comes in.
This is a very, very busy subway hub. Lots of various lines run here, including the LIRR, and it's one of the busiest, you know, in the city, this particular terminal.
All right, from Far Rockaway, Queens on a weekday morning. They got an early start just after 7 o'clock, arriving after 8 at the Atlantic Terminal. And mostly I took the Long Island Railroad basically to college for half of my time at college, and then 1 or 2 summers when I was working in Lower Manhattan. If you work in Lower Manhattan, you go to Atlantic Terminal, Atlantic Avenue. We used to call it a Flatbush Avenue stop, but you go to Atlantic Avenue, and mostly you make your change there. All right, what else do we have here? 34 injured, 3 seriously. I'm sorry, who's
37
available?
injured.
37 injured, 34 minor, 3 serious at this point.
All right, where's Liz Dahlem? Is she still on the scene? Has she been able to get any more new information for us this morning, Liz?
Hi, Greg and Rosanna. I think you're tossing to us right now. It's just hard to hear with the radios and stuff in the background, but yeah, we're in a good spot, I think, right now with in terms of response and the injured being taken care of and out of this area of Atlantic Terminal. It's completely cleared out right now. We saw lots of people lined up along that glass wall one by one, waiting for EMS to tend to them, but they have since been brought out by stretchers or walked onto buses that are going to be transporting them to local hospitals. But of course, this investigation and the work by the NYPD, the Office of Emergency Management, and the FDNY is far from over. Right now, down the block, we're seeing some members of each of those city agencies assemble and hoping to brief us not so far and not so long from now. So we're hoping to get a few more details on the 37 people who were injured. But again, it all appears to be somewhat minor right now in the way of injuries, which is the great news here. This all happened inside Atlantic Terminal on track 6 around 8:20 this morning when this train derailed, and we saw pictures on Twitter of the glass shattering inside of the trains once it hit from the impact. Again, you know, great work by the FDNY and NYPD getting to all the people who were on that train, particularly in the first car, who felt that impact the most, and getting them to the medical help that they need. So you can see all the injured and people who were on this train early this morning have been cleared out of this area, but Flatbush Avenue is an absolute mess. It's all shut down right now to emergency vehicles, but what's top priority is this press conference, and we're hoping to get an update from city officials any minute now, just sort of detailing what happened in the minutes before that train and after it hit and took that impact here in Atlantic Terminal. But again, we're hearing 37 people injured at this point, all of them transported off the scene to local hospitals and getting the care they need right now. We're awaiting that update, and as soon as we have more information from the local police and the firefighters as well, we'll bring that to you, Greg and Rosanna. That's the latest live from Atlantic Terminal. Send it back over to you.
Liz, thank you very much. We're joined by Robert Halstead. He is an expert on railroad matters. He's actually an expert at reconstructing railroad accidents. Mr. Halstead, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Rosanna and Greg with you. I'm not sure how long you've been watching or what kind of information you have, but what's your reaction so far?
Well, right now, you know, we don't know a great deal. I'm sure we're going to find out a lot more in the hours to follow. But in any situation like this, the NTSB will respond, and they're going to approach it very methodically. They're going to look at potential signal problems. They're going to examine the braking system on the train, and they're also going to review human factors issues.
All right, so
such
look,
as fatigue and things of that nature.
Sure, the standard drill, the standard routine will be followed. We've been talking about derailments. Rosanna cited the figure here, more than a dozen over the past couple of years, Long Island Railroad derailments. That seems like a lot, is it?
Yeah, it's certainly not optimal. We've had several recently that have been traced to undiagnosed sleep apnea, including the recent one in Hoboken. So that's certainly something that's going to be looked at.
So we're now hearing there are 76 non-life-threatening injuries reported. This is what the FDNY is tweeting out right now, reported at the scene of this train derailment. Obviously, very, very lucky here. Do you think, from your experience, do you think that this train was going at a normal speed pulling into the train station?
Well, eyewitnesses indicate that it was at a somewhat higher speed than typical. You know, we're going to look again at the braking system. We're going to look at video. There may be a platform video through which the train's speed can be calculated. We're going to look at all of those things, but it appears at this point that it may well have been a loss of situational awareness on the part of the engineer.
Hey, why do trains come off the tracks? What is the leading cause of derailments for trains?
The leading cause is human factors.
Human factors.
One of a number of areas.
Human factors, and that leads them to lose control of the train, i.e. go too fast. Is that it? Is it, generally speaking, excessive rates of speed that lead to most derailments?
Well, you know, we've seen lots of situational awareness due to fatigue. We've seen it due to drug or alcohol use. We've seen it due to unauthorized use of personal electronic devices.
Oh, texting while operating a train. I saw that once in Europe, actually, made big news in Spain. But I'm asking you, the human factors that you just summarized, the fatigue, alcohol, drug influence, that kind of thing, what is the end result of the lack of attention? Is it excessive speed? Forget about why the operator is impaired. What is the result of an impaired operator? What leads to the derailment, generally speaking? Is it excessive speed?
Well, when you're coming into a yard and terminal environment like this, you will approach at a typical speed, and you begin to apply braking at a typical area. Now, if you have loss of situational awareness, you may be coming in at a proper speed, but you may not begin braking at the proper location.
All right.
So it could be one or both.
So you actually help reconstruct these scenes so you can investigate how this happened, correct?
Yes, I've done that for 20 years.
And who do you do that for? Other than the NT, like, why? Forgive me, but who would hire you to do that, and why?
Sometimes I have worked with a government agency. Sometimes I've worked with rail companies. Other times I'm engaged by law firms who are pursuing litigation related to that accident.
And generally speaking, are we seeing more of these kinds of mishaps or less? Say, over the past 10 years, have there been more than over the preceding 10 years, say 20 years ago? Are these on the way up or on the way down?
If you look industry-wide, they are on the way down. Safety has gotten better over the last couple of decades. Now, unfortunately, we're not where we need to be, but it has gotten better over the last couple of decades.
And positive train control, we heard a lot of discussion about that after the mishap in Hoboken and also some of the Philadelphia accident. Remember that? That was definitely, I believe, an excessive rate of speed. Positive train control, is that something that could minimize or reduce the number of derailments?
Yes, definitely.
And that is
the railroad and
I'm sorry.
The government agencies are pushing the installation of PTC
and just do me a favor,
nationwide for that reason.
I'm sorry, sir, for stepping on you. My fault. What is that? What is positive train control?
Positive train control is a system that monitors the engineer's speed and where the train is. And if the engineer fails to operate his train in accordance with signal indications, the system takes over and stops the train for him.
So if you were called in to help investigate this scene, how long do you keep the train there, or do you move it out so that you can do an investigation and bring another train to kind of reenact it? How does that work for you?
Well, typically they're going to thoroughly photograph the scene, and they will bring in a 3D scanner, which will scan the entire location in 3 dimensions. It'll produce an environment that can be pulled into a computer for analysis later. Once that is all done and once all the inspection has been completed that can be done, then typically a train will hook on to the other end of this train and pull it out of the terminal so that further testing can be done.
All right, once again, a train, Long Island Railroad commuter train that originated in Fauquier this morning at around 7 o'clock, derailed as it came into the Atlantic Avenue terminal this morning at around 8:11, and it was on time. The first car of this train is the one affected. All the other trains seem to be all the other cars seem to be firmly on the tracks. It's the first car. And actually, let's stand by. That's Thomas Pendergrass of the MTA along with Governor Cuomo.
The lead truck is derailed and one more other axle is derailed. We had a number of people injured on the train. They've all been transported to hospitals or released. That's the facts of the...
From the appearance of the accident, the train came in and hit the so-called bumping block, which is the block which is at the far end, and went by it for a few feet. First concern is the people who are on the train. There were a number of minor injuries. We believe the worst injury at this time that we've heard of is a possible broken leg. So that's what we're monitoring at this time in terms of injuries. But a broken leg is not good, but we've been through situations where we've had worse. So we'll keep an eye on that. What happened with the operator, we don't know, and obviously there'll be an investigation to find out exactly what happened and why the operator didn't stop the train before it hit the bumping block. But that's where we are at this time. The response to the accident was fantastic, and I want to thank all the first responders, the MTA, the NYPD, the fire department, because they really did a great job of getting on site. Most of the injury were people who just walked and left the train. That's why the number of people who are injured is hard to pinpoint, because many of the people just walked off the train. They were minor injuries. Basically what happened is they were standing, they were getting ready to get off the train. The train has a sudden stop. They're not prepared for the sudden stop. They get knocked around, banged around, they hurt an arm, they hurt a leg, etc. And that's what we're referring to as the minor injuries, and that's why that number is hard to pinpoint. The most significant injury is a possible broken leg. That's a woman who's been transported to the hospital, and we'll see how that goes during the course of the day.
Tom, any indication of speed? Any indication of the speed of the train?
It's too early to tell. Obviously, the train is supposed to stop short of the bumping block. It did not do that, so that's one of the things we'll look at. It's one of the factors that we will look at in the investigation.
Tom, was there any damage done to the station?
There's some damage done to some partition panels, the bumping block, obviously, things of that nature. We should be okay for the afternoon rush hour. We expect to have normal service out of here because we have 5 tracks, so we do not anticipate any delays for this afternoon's rush hour.
Tom, as a general matter, there are people who still remember the Hoboken incident from a few weeks ago who might be wondering, is there anything infrastructure-wise that's contributing to an increase in derailments, or is this sort of just something that happens occasionally?
It's too early to tell, and we really need to let the investigation lead us to where we need to be. But obviously the train's supposed to stop short of the bumping block.
Has anybody been able to interview the train operator?
They're being held, and they will be interviewed as part of the locomotive engineer, the conductor, and the brakeman will all be interviewed.
Were they injured? In terms of the infrastructure, Andrew, it is, as the chairman said, it's fairly simple. The track ends in the terminal. There's a bumping block at the end of the terminal. The train has to stop before it hits the bumping block, and the bumping block is just there as a precaution. Hoboken was a much worse situation. I was in Hoboken, and obviously it was worse not just in terms of injuries. We had a loss of life in Hoboken, but there was extensive damage in Hoboken, and that train was coming in much faster, did much more damage, hurt many more people. This is minor compared to what happened in Hoboken. But the same question, why did the operator not stop the train before it hit the block?
Are there any safeguards on the train to keep it from hitting the bumping block, or do you rely on the operator to hit the brakes?
Once you're at that point and you're at that speed, it's primarily the locomotive engineer's responsibility to control the train. There's a signal system that controls it coming in, at limited speeds, but when you're getting to the end, it's the locomotive engineer's responsibility, and the train's brakes have to work. All of those things have to be looked at in the investigation.
Are there inward-facing cameras on the engineer?
Is the going to be investigating this accident?
Haven't heard from yet, but the FRA administrator was notified.
So what speed is the train supposed to be going before it?
I don't know the exact speed, but there's a book of rules speed, probably less than 15 or 10 miles an hour, and proceed at a speed not to exceed that which you can stop within half your rate of vision. These are standard rules that railroads live by.
Do we know if there's cameras, inward-facing cameras?
We're installing it. I don't know if the entire fleet has had them. I didn't know if this car had them, if this cab had it.
When did the train leave?
Pardon me?
When did the train leave?
I don't know the interval, but it was a Far Rockaway train that came in from Far Rockaway and comes into Atlantic Terminal. One truck and one axle. That's all that's derailed.
Did you
I
put
wouldn't
your
really,
eyes on
but
it?
derailment is actually somewhat of a misnomer here. It's not that it derailed. The train hit the bumping block. When it hit the bumping block basically knocked it off the track. So it wasn't really a derailment. The train didn't stop when it was supposed to, hit the bumping block at a fairly low rate of speed. The chairman is obviously correct. You don't know what the rate of speed is, but it was a fairly low rate of speed. It hit the block, and it was actually the bottom assembly, the truck assembly, came off when it hit the block. So it wasn't really a derailment. There are accidents that happen, right? This is a very large system. You are operating literally hundreds and hundreds of trains every morning with thousands and thousands of people. Accidents happen. We have been through a number of them over the past few years. Many of them, frankly, we were not this lucky. This is a relatively minor accident, luckily. We'll check on the woman who we think may have had a broken leg on her, and we wish her the best, and we'll check on her later. But as all things considered, this was a relatively minor accident. And as the chairman said, service will be up and running this afternoon, which is a good thing. And again, I can't tell you how extraordinary the first responders are. And the MTA police, the MTA responders, the New York Police Department, the FDNY, they really did a magnificent job. And all New Yorkers owe them a debt of gratitude. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chairman.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey.
One car, I assume. Were you fixing your hair? Is that why? What he said is a slow
Injuries, that is the worst, the most severe. Also, this is technically not a derailment. The train came in at an excessive rate of speed and hit the bumping block. If you want to take a quick look, the bumping block, if you were a kid from model railroads, every railroad came with one of these, a bumping block. It's essentially a bumper for the train system. This is not the bumper block in question, but that's kind of what it looks like. For whatever reason, the train hit this thing too fast, and it shouldn't hit it at all.
We are following this. If there's any new information, we'll bring it to you right away. Wendy is up next. We'll see you in a few.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of fox10phoenix.com, continuing to follow. It's breaking news for you in New York. We just saw that press conference. A wrap up there with New York governor. Close to 80 people hurt. We're saying it's not technically a train derailment, more of a train crash that hit that blocker. Caught up on some of the local news here now in Arizona.
Had the wave.
Folks were talking about it. That's
and
really cool.
she was honest. We're going to talk to her about that coming up.
All right, let's take a look at your past forecast this morning. 8 o'clock on the dot on this Wednesday. 63 and lots of sunshine across most parts of the state today. Some rain and some snow mix will return to the valley tomorrow, and then lots of sunshine on Friday. Troy.
All right, let's get to news now for you at 8:01. West Valley intersection shut down because of what's believed to be some sort of ammonia leak at a fertilizer company. Now, this is in a rural area, and it's way out west. Sky Fox pictures from Buckeye, Baseline, and State Route 85. So Phoenix and Buckeye Valley firefighters dealing with a first alarm hazmat situation at Fertizona. That's a fertilizer company. And boy, yeah, look at that response. You have a number of emergency vehicles out there. People were complaining about the smell of ammonia. And you can't mistake that, can you? No leak has been found yet, but Baseline is closed at State Route 85. And that 85 is basically that road that goes right down between the I-10 and I-8, down to Gila Bend there and out from Buckeye. Officials evacuated the fertilizer company and a concrete plant. They're trying to figure out where that smell is coming from. So the good news is no word of anybody hurt out here, but we'll keep you posted on this breaking story. 37 people hurt in a subway train accident this morning in Brooklyn, New York. A Long Island Railroad commuter train derailed in Brooklyn. Train apparently hit the platform or a bumper. It was a low speed. One passenger describes the scene as pandemonium. Passengers were falling on top of each other, crying. Most of the injuries don't appear to be serious. But if you've ever been in Manhattan or in the New York area during the commute, those trains are packed. No word on why that train went off the tracks. Caught on camera, dramatic video of a pair of Chandler police officers shot by a man inside a Walmart store. Those officers quickly returned fire. The suspect was killed, but we're going to show you some of this video here. Officers Joshua Pueblo and Daniel Colwell, a driver at the store back in April near Arizona Avenue in the Santan Loop 202. They were called after workers caught a man named Mitchell Oakley trying to shoplift. So the officers confront him at a table and almost immediately reaches behind his back and pulls out a gun. Look at this scene here as the officers scramble to get out of the way. The shots were fired right here. One of them hit in the face. He then gets up and is able to return fire. Another angle shows Oakley running out of the store as officers shoot him. He was hit several times, and there he is running out right there. And the officers then begin opening fire because he shot at them. And there you see him at the beginning of that whole scene, and we cut off the rest for you. Customers ducking for cover inside. Can you imagine? Good Samaritan stepped in to help the wounded officers as well. Officer Caldwell wasn't badly hurt, but Officer Pueblo was hit in the face. He underwent several surgeries, released about a week after that shooting. Turns out the man accused of carjackings and shootings that shut down I-17 last week for hours and hours has a long history of run-ins with the law. ICE is reporting that Olegario Renteria has been deported to Mexico 4 different times since 2003. Put into jail Monday night after being released from the hospital where he was treated for a gunshot wound shot by DPS troopers. And during that melee where he shot other people and was carjacking cars and tried to get a man to drive him down to Mexico. And then this scene happened there. And I-17 shut down for most of an overnight and part of the morning the next morning. Flagstaff police looking for a 25-year-old man named Wilfred Yazzie. On Monday, they responded to a report that he was shooting a gun and threatening to kill himself and others. By the time police got to his home, he was gone. A warrant has now been issued for his arrest. If you have any idea where he is, you're asked to call Flagstaff Police. Brand new Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone will take his public oath of office today in one of 2 different ceremonies, the first starting about an hour and a half, and we'll be out there live for you. By law, Penzone already assumed the full responsibility of the office on January 1st and had a private swearing-in ceremony with his family. But at 9:30 this morning, he and other Maricopa County leaders will be sworn into their positions at the Board of Supervisors Auditorium in downtown Phoenix. The event is open to the public, seating very limited. So we plan on carrying this ceremony live at 9:30. There will also be a public swearing in tonight at the Heard Museum on Central and in Canto. So both of those events in their entirety will be streamed live on Fox News Now. So you can check it out on our website, fox10phoenix.com, or also on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. And again, we will also have part of that swearing in right here on AZAM. 71-year-old hiker rescued off a mountain near Lake Havasu after falling about 12 feet down into the water, and her ankle was broken. It was dark. Luckily, rescue crews heard the woman, Nylene Hassman, saying woohoo, and they found her. The area was rugged and narrow. They couldn't use a helicopter, so she was placed in a basket and passed along 18 rescuers to safety. And beside that broken ankle, she was treated for hypothermia. Big shakeup at the Fox News Channel. Host Megyn Kelly says she is leaving. She's going to go to work for NBC, where she'll host a daytime show and a Sunday night news magazine. And here's what she told viewers about it last night.
I am very grateful to NBC for this opportunity, and I am deeply thankful to Fox News for the wonderful 12 years I have had here. I have grown up here and been given every chance a young reporter could ever ask for.
Oh, yeah. Boy, she has. She was a reporter in D.C., and she got plucked out of there and got a daytime show on Fox News Channel, and then she got a primetime show, and she had great ratings, but she says, enough, I'm out of here. She's going to leave the network at the end of the week, and we'll see what happens over there at NBC. You know, a lot of people, Katie Couric, Meredith Vieira, Jane Pauley, Ron, they've all tried to do those daytime talk shows.
Yep.
And with not much success.
Yeah, it really hasn't worked out very well at all. But that prime slot on Fox News Channel, Troy, what do you say? You and I offer sort of a combo situation.
Now you're talking. Hayden and Hoon.
Okay, right. So, well, I was thinking Hoon and Hayden, but anyway. Hey, President-elect Donald Trump going to take office in 16 days, but it seems by the day that President Obama is doing what he can to sort of defy what might be happening next. So we learned more this morning that he's going to transfer 19 suspected terrorists out of Guantanamo Bay, and that many of them could be the kinds of people that Donald Trump's going to have to try to recapture once he takes office. As you know, Obama made closing Guantanamo one of his top promises when he ran 8 years ago. Never quite got there. But some observers say the detainees being released now are bad enough guys that at some point they will reappear on the battlefield for ISIS or other Islamic terror groups. Hey, the new numbers have just been released this morning on how bad our debt problem is getting in this country, and it's staggering. The government reports that the national debt on the last day of 2016 stood at $19,900 billion. Compare that to the already awful $18,900 billion 1 year before. So if you add it up, in the last year, we as a country sank another $1 trillion into debt in 1 year. It took us almost 200 years as a country to accumulate the first trillion of debt. But during the 8 years of the Obama presidency, we've added more than $8 trillion in debt. Hey, after weeks of being out of the public eye and said to be suffering from one of the worst colds of her life, looks like Queen Elizabeth's on the mend. Princess Anne this morning says the Queen is feeling better. And we get word this morning that Her Majesty is returning to her royal duties. Her husband, Prince Philip, was already seen out and about the other day. By the way, the Queen just apparently wrote a note to the President of Turkey, condolences on the New Year's Eve massacre. And we learned this morning she just rewarded one of her most faithful aides, a big honor, placing him in what's known over there as the Royal Victorian Order. So she's back to her duties, and hopefully we see her in public in the next day or two. And we're going to watch McDonald's to see how big a deal this becomes. Apparently this has been a bit of a secret menu item for a while. You know, some of the fast food chains have it. But they are adding their Chicken McGriddle right up there on the menu, at least in some test markets right now. So they're described to you guys as a sort of a combination of chicken and waffles on the go. Apparently it is a, you know, what is it? In-N-Out, you can order a burger protein style. You can do that at a lot of places. I guess you can ask for this, but in Florida, they're actually opening it up right now and putting it on the menu. So we'll see if that idea spreads. Looks good, sounds good. I'm sure it tastes good.
Right. It's like chicken, like Lolo's, right? Like chicken and waffles.
Right.
It's like Lolo's on the go.
There you go.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah. Facebook conversation. Put this on my Facebook page. Kurt Warner, the great former Cardinal.
Absolutely.
And Ram, is up for a third time now this year to go into the Hall of Fame. He's a finalist.
Right.
And I say it's about time. Let's put the guy in.
Time.
Just look at what he did. Okay, here's my argument. He was the NFL MVP twice, meaning he was the best player in the NFL 2 different years.
Right.
So how many guys have done that in like 50 years? 50 guys, right?
Right.
So in 100 years, 100 guys have done it.
Not just that, but how did he start? Right.
He's bagging groceries, and he was in the AFL or whatever, some other like the Arena Football League. And then the other thing is, he was a Super Bowl MVP. How many guys do that?
Right.
Nobody.
So why do you think it's taken so long?
No, I'm not done yet. He has 3 of the top passing games, I think 3 of the 4 in the Super Bowl. And I think he still has, if not the best, the second best passer rating in the NFL during the playoffs. So come on. And he's a good guy.
Give it to him already.
It's time. Put Kurt in the hall. Would you ask me? I'm sorry.
Forget it. I forgot to. All right, let's talk about this. So this is what Eric says. Eric Pevley says, well-deserved, great player, better person, congrats.
Right, and Angel says the problem with Warner's career is he was inconsistent, had a couple of good years. Now look, he had a couple of great years with the Rams.
He did.
Disappeared for a while, which is true, and then he came back with the Cardinals. He says all the players in the Hall of Fame were great from start to finish in their career, which I don't agree with you on that one, Angel. Those guys have highs and lows. So not getting in the Hall of Fame doesn't make him less of a player. His life off the field is what makes him great.
Absolutely.
There you go.
And you know, and everything they do here in the Valley is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
He and Brenda, his wife.
They're awesome.
Yeah.
And put him in the Hall.
Just do it.
Give him that awful yellow jacket.
And you know what? Throw Brenda in there too.
You give Brenda a jacket?
Don't they say like the key to a great man is the woman behind him?
There generally
caring
is
for him,
a good woman behind a
taking care of
successful
him.
man, and vice versa as well. All right, busy time in the Valley. Car shows, golf tournaments, you know, really the best time of the year for a lot of out-of-towners to come in and have fun.
Oh yeah, the Phoenix Open is 1 month away and stands are being built for fans. Good morning, Liz.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Look, it's basically pretty much done here at the 16th hole. It is beautiful out here. We're gearing up for the Waste Management Phoenix Open. What's new this year? Who's going to be playing in the Bird's Nest? What famous golfers have already signed up? A lot of answers for you coming up in a live report.
All right there, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, everybody. We are now checking in on a press conference. We are in just a little bit. House GOP leadership team will be doing a press conference in just a little bit. We're going to be hearing more about Vice President-elect Mike Pence's visit to Capitol Hill, what's on the agenda for today and the coming week, and as we get closer to the inauguration of Donald Trump.
You got IFB, Hobbs? I've got IFB, and the part about we're not going to make any jokes on like Mike. You guys ready yet? You all have the spelling Scott's name. Hey, Hobbs, give me a little mic check. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, J. Yeah. Is that good? Okay. Down in front. Scott, do you prefer that you want the J in the captions, or you don't need J? You learned well. From the best. Is it Scott J or Jason? J. Don Scott. And don't make a common mistake, Scotty. Just Scott. It's not Scotty Shots. Left to right. Tom Williams, J. Scott. You got an exclusive over there. Who's Tone? Who's Tone? Feel the tone. What direction is the wind coming from? 30 knots. 30 knots. Yeah, southeast, south.
Out there.
They're still out there. But you learn your lesson quick and you think, okay, I'm wearing wedges the next time.
Yeah, wedges.
It's so much fun at the
is.
Phoenix Open.
All right, billed as the greatest show on grass, highest attendance of any PGA Tour stop, and it is a real party atmosphere. So, you know, golf is almost secondary on some of those holes. But Liz is at TPC Scottsdale. They're putting more and more of these up. Are you on 16? Are you on the par 3?
Oh, yes.
Well, I want to welcome you all in the start of the 115th Congress. I first would like to start with thanking the American people for entrusting us. And we take it to heart and the responsibilities. We have a special guest with us today, someone who has been here many times before in the service. I want to congratulate the Trump-Pence team. They had the wisdom to listen, and now they have the courage to lead America. When you watch on the floor today, we're going to start with that courage. We've watched what has happened to the jobs across this country. The regulation that has been impounded for the last 8 years. You'll see this week that we will bring up the REINS Act. Many of you know about that legislation. It simply says give the people a voice when it comes to regulation in America. The REINS Act only deals with those bills of regulation that get imposed upon that cost more than $100 million on business. You'd think there would have been few of those, but if you look in just the last 6 years, there was 82 of those presented and put in place every single year of this administration. We have to get that burden off and start working. So the REINS Act will say no new major rulings will be imposed without a vote of the House and the Senate, where the people have a voice. We'll also be dealing with Obamacare. So many of you know of what these failed policies have done to Americans. If you look at those families that have employer-based insurance, their premiums have increased by more than $4,300. Of the 23 co-ops that were created in Obamacare, 18 of them have already failed. But what's most concerning to so many, more than 1,022 counties across America, that's more than 1/3, have only one choice inside the exchanges. Everything President Obama promised about health care has failed. We are so thankful that we have a new administration coming that had the wisdom to listen and the courage to lead.
Morning, everybody. It was an exciting day yesterday to see all the new members get sworn in, to see this new majority excited about getting to work for the American people. There's a lot that we want to do. There's a lot we're going to do, working in tandem with our new president and our new vice president. It's great to welcome our friend and former colleague Mike Pence back, not as a member of Congress, but as the soon-to-be vice president of the United States, as a great partner in working to get our country back on track. And there's a lot that we need to do. There's a lot we're going to do. But you also know that there's somebody else that's going to be here at the Capitol today, and that's Barack Obama. And I think when the president comes back here today, maybe for the last time as president, it's important to remember the first time that Barack Obama came here as president. Barack Obama came here and made very specific promises to the American people about Obamacare. He came here and said, if you like what you have, you can keep it. How did that work out? Today, millions of Americans lost the good health care plans that they liked and expected to keep and are not able to today because of the broken promises of his law. Barack Obama came here to this Capitol and said that if his bill passes, health insurance costs will drop dramatically for families. And instead, what have we seen? The reverse, dramatic increases in health care costs. In my state of Louisiana, over 25% increases that families are paying in higher costs for health care because of those broken promises of his law. I hope he comes here to apologize for those broken promises, but I don't think that's what's going to be the case. I think he's going to be here more concerned about preserving his legacy than about fulfilling those promises. The good news is we are here to fulfill those promises to the American people. We told the American people that if you give us this great opportunity, that we're going to work hard every day, not just to repeal Obamacare, but to replace it with reforms that actually put patients back in charge of their health care decisions, that actually focus on lowering costs and increasing access to health care, and to bringing doctors back in the practice of medicine who are getting out of the practice because they don't want unelected bureaucrats in Washington telling them how to deliver the health care that they were trained to provide. So it's an exciting time for the country. We're really excited about getting to work to restoring those promises that were made to the American people and to get our economy back on track and to make America great again.
Well, Happy New Year, everyone. I'm very excited, energized by the new year, the new opportunities that it brings. This really is a moment that we've been given by the people. It's a moment to think big. It's a moment to reimagine the federal government and to put people back at the center of it. You know, just down the road is the Washington Monument. And right now it's closed to visitors. You think about families, individuals that travel from all around the country. From Eastern Washington, it's a long trip, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to visit the Washington Monument, and yet they'll be met with a closed sign because the federal government is going to take more than 2 years to fix an elevator. Now, this is just one example, but people are dealing with these kind of roadblocks every day at the VA, at the doctor's office, when they're just trying to do the right things, provide for their families, get a job. This is how the government has come to operate. One person, one agency at the top deciding for everyone. That's why it's our responsibility as the people's voice and the people's representatives in their government to protect the Constitution and the balance of power. Representative government, the rule of law, equal opportunity for all is protected here in the House by the people and for the people. I want to thank Vice President-elect Mike Pence for joining us today. It is so exciting for us as we start this unified Republican government, 2017, and all that it has in store for the people of this country, creating opportunities for everyone.
Happy New Year, everybody. Throughout this transition, we have been working hand in hand with the Vice President-elect with one goal in mind, and that is to make sure that President-elect Trump can hit the ground running when he takes office on the 20th. So we're getting right down to business. We are starting today on our work to deliver relief to Americans struggling under Obamacare. We must remember this. This law has failed. Americans are struggling. The law is failing while we speak. We need to reverse the damage that has been done. Then once we repeal this law, we need to make sure that there is a stable transition to a truly patient-centered system. We want every American to have access to quality, affordable health coverage. All of the things that Obamacare has kept from the American people, more choices, more control, more freedom, we want to put them back in their hands. We know that things are only getting worse under Obamacare. This is about people paying higher premiums every year and feeling powerless to stop it. It's about families paying deductibles that are so high, it doesn't even feel like you have health insurance in the first place. And in so many parts of the country, as you've also always heard, even if you want to look for better coverage, you're stuck with one option. One choice is not a choice. It is a monopoly. The healthcare system has been ruined, dismantled under Obamacare. The answer here is not to ignore the problem. The answer here is not to ignore the problem to keep some failed legacy. The answer here is bold action. Solve problems. Bring relief to Americans. We will help Americans crying out for relief from Obamacare, and we will keep our promise to the people. As you can see, we'll be working with the new administration on every step of this law, every step of the way, even before day one. With that, I want to hand it over to somebody that we all know very well because he served here with us. We're so proud of him, and we're so pleased about this new working relationship with our new Vice President-elect Mike Pence. I always said, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, you said it. That's all. I was there until the end. Nice notes.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Speaker and to the leadership for the warm welcome today at the House Republican Conference. I'll be meeting later today with members of the Senate at their weekly luncheon. And this is a day that our message is very simple. On behalf of the President-elect and on behalf of all the leadership, that we are 16 days away from the end of business as usual in Washington, D.C. Today our message is very simple. Working with the leadership here in the House and in the Senate, we're going to be in the promise-keeping business. The President-elect campaigned all across this country. He gave voice to the frustrations and the aspirations of the American people. He laid out an agenda to make America great again. And my message on his behalf today before this conference and before members of the Senate is that we intend to keep those promises. That begins with assembling a government and the energetic effort through the course of this transition to build a cabinet that will be able to implement that agenda. It speaks for itself. It'll literally begin on day one. Before the end of the day, we do anticipate that the President-elect will be in the Oval Office taking action to both repeal executive orders and also set into motion through executive action policies to implement promises that were made on the campaign trail. Working with the Congress, we're going to have that classic three-part agenda that the President-elect talked about so often on the campaign trail. Jobs, jobs, jobs. The focus is going to be from day one to work with the Congress, and you heard about the efforts this week to begin to roll back the onerous regulations that have been stifling growth in the American economy and stifling jobs and opportunities. We're going to be working with the Congress over the course of the first several months to construct the kind of tax reform for businesses and individuals that will unleash the bound-up energy in the American economy. We're going to keep our promises to end illegal immigration, to build a wall. We'll have an infrastructure bill. We'll invest in rebuilding our military as our Commander-in-Chief marshals strategies with our military commanders to hunt down and destroy ISIS. But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done, not just as a promise kept, but because in the course of this election, the American people had a choice. And what appeared to many as against all odds, oftentimes with overwhelming opposition, our President-elect took his case to the American people to repeal and replace Obamacare, and the American people voted decisively for a better future for health care in this country. And we are determined to give them that. The reality is that I was here in March of 2010 in another capacity when Obamacare was signed into law. I remember all those promises. We were told that if you like your doctor, you can keep it. Not true. We were told if you liked your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. We were told that the cost of health insurance was going to go down. Not true. The reality is today, premiums this year are increasing by an average of 25% in some states. In Arizona, premiums went up this year 116%, 63% in Tennessee, 53% in Pennsylvania, 40% in North Carolina. Obamacare has worked a hardship on American families, on American businesses, and in a very simple conclusion, the American people have sent new leadership here because Obamacare has failed, and it has been rejected by the American people. But now it's the time for us to keep our promises. Step one will be to repeal Obamacare. But as the President-elect said today, and I admonished members of the House Republican Conference today, it's important that they remind the American people of what they already know about Obamacare, that the promises that were made were all broken. And I expect you'll see an effort in the days ahead to talk about the facts around Obamacare. And secondly, of course, is to begin that orderly transition to something better. The truth is that the commitment that the President-elect made was to repeal and replace Obamacare. And as he said this morning in a tweet, it will be important that we be careful as we do that we do that in a way that doesn't work a hardship on American families who've gained insurance through this program. Doesn't work a hardship on our economy. And as I told the House Republican Conference today, we're working on a strategy in concert with the leadership of the House and the Senate for both a legislative and executive action agenda to ensure that an orderly and smooth transition to a market-based health care reform system is achieved. The Speaker of the House used the word stable, and we will do that. In his famous speech in Philadelphia, the President-elect spoke about an orderly transition, and it will be that. But make no mistake about it. We're going to keep our promise to the American people, and we're going to repeal Obamacare and replace it with solutions that lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. Now, there's a broad range of ideas about how we do this, and Republicans have been offering those ideas again and again, literally every year since Obamacare was first signed into law. We're going to be working with Dr. Price, both before and after his confirmation when he steps into the role at HHS, working with the Republican leadership in the House and the Senate to bring forward those solutions and to take the case for those solutions to the American people. With that being said, I couldn't be more humbled and more excited to be back in the Capitol today. I was encouraged by the President-elect to come here to Capitol Hill. It's the first full day of work for members of Congress because it's time to get back to work. And while others are visiting the Capitol today talking about defending the failed policies of the past, we are here today speaking to Republican majorities in the House and Senate to advance policies that will make America great again and have a more prosperous future for all the people of this nation.
Questions?
Mr. Vice President.
Yep. Deidre.
Mr. President, question is for Vice. The question is for Vice President-elect Pence, please.
No shouting.
Earlier today, the Speaker called Julian Assange a sycophant for Russia, steals data, and compromises national security. Yet President-elect Trump is citing Julian Assange as a source of intelligence. Where do you come down with the Speaker or with President-elect Trump?
The President-elect and I will receive a briefing from the leadership of our intelligence agencies this coming Friday, and we'll be listening in. But look, I think that the President-elect has expressed his very sincere and healthy American skepticism about intelligence conclusions. But we're going to sit down later this week. The President and I have been receiving, since the election, regular intelligence briefings. Received a presidential daily brief with the President yesterday, and we'll be looking at the facts and the information. But I think, given some of the intelligence failures of recent years, the President-elect's made it clear to the American people that he's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Is Assange a credible source?
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, the President-elect is warning you to be careful here. Is there a danger here? Why move forward with a repeal of Obamacare when you still don't have a clear plan to replace it?
The President-elect is making an important point that we're trying to emphasize right here today, and that is so much damage has already been done to the country. Obamacare is a story of broken promise after broken promise after broken promise, followed by failing program, higher premiums, higher deductibles. So we want to make sure that as we give relief to people through Obamacare, we do it in a transition that doesn't pull the rug out from anybody during that transition period. That's the point that we're all trying to make. This law has failed. It's getting worse. Families are hurting. No one has choices. We've got to fix this by replacing it with something better. And in that transition, we want to make sure we don't pull the rug out from anybody during that transition. That's the point we're all trying to make.
Why still no plan to replace it?
We have a plan to replace it. We have plenty of ideas to replace it. And you'll see as the weeks and months unfold what we're talking about replacing it. How we can get better choices with lower prices by not having a costly government takeover of health care, which is causing all this problem in the first place. Sherman.
For the Vice President-elect, or both of you guys, I guess, we're talking about a transition that's going to happen relatively quickly if he's going to take action in the first day. Is it possible you extend some of these provisions, which the President-elect and you all have said are popular, for a temporary period of time? I mean, I think people want to know what this is going to look like, and not only us in the room, but I think people across the country want to know.
Well, Jake, I think I want to be very clear, and I would commend you and anyone looking on to look into. No, I was commending you to do something, not commending you.
Not yet. That's right.
That's nice. It's good to be back. It really is. I would commend all of your attention the President-elect's speech in Philadelphia during the waning weeks of the campaign, where he laid out a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. He laid out the principles of harnessing the power of health savings accounts, allowing Americans to purchase health insurance across state lines. But his commitment was very clear in that we will insist upon and implement, working with the Congress, but also using executive authority to ensure that is an orderly transition. And we're working right now, the White House staff is, on a series of executive orders that will enable that orderly transition to take place, even as the Congress appropriately debates alternatives to and replacement of Obamacare.
It sounds like you're saying some of these provisions might stay in place until there's a new full plan.
Jake, we've been saying all along, we don't want to pull the rug out from people while we're replacing this law. The point is, in 2017, we don't want people to be caught with nothing. We want to make sure that there's an orderly transition so that the rug is not pulled out from under the families who are currently struggling under Obamacare while we bring relief. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker and President-elect Prince, on the ACA repeal and replace, can you give detail on the executive actions that are planned, and how does that square with the complex budgetary process that's also involved?
They're hand in glove. So we're working on the legislative process right now. As you know, the Senate's going to be acting first next week, then the Congress will follow, which gives us the budget resolution we need to bring the legislation through while the administration works on the executive orders that they're talking about to deliver the kind of transition relief that we've been talking about. The problem is, just remember, Obamacare has failed. Families are hurting. They broke the healthcare system. It's a string of broken promises. So we're going to make sure that we have an orderly transition to a better system so we can get back to what we all want, which is lower cost healthcare, more choices, so that families can actually get affordable healthcare at a decent price with more choices, more competition, and not a costly government takeover that has really bankrupt this healthcare system and left families struggling.
Specifics?
Just
Specifics?
If I can respond to that,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to. We're working out right now with the White House staff and in concert with legislative leadership a two-track approach to ensuring that it is an orderly transition as the President-elect has directed. You read his tweet this morning. That he has admonished the Congress to be careful. And I reiterated that before the Republican conference today. Look, we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about families. But we are also talking about a policy that has been a failure virtually since its inception. And we intend to, over the course of the coming days and weeks, to be speaking directly to the American people about that failure, but about a better future we can have in healthcare, a future that is built not on growing government, not on mandates, not on taxes, but rather a future that's built on giving the American people more choices in healthcare, allowing the power of the free marketplace to flow in. But the transition to that, we will work out in a way that reflects the compassion of the President-elect and the compassion of every member of Congress to see to it that we do that in a way that serves the best interest of the American people. But look, I think what's clear here is the American people have spoken. They want to see us repeal and replace Obamacare. And today, my message to members of Congress is that we are going to be in the promise-keeping business. And the first order of business is to keep our promise to repeal Obamacare and replace it with the kind of health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government.
Thanks, everybody.
On that
Appreciate
same
it.
note, how do you prevent private insurance? How do you prevent private insurers from pulling out once you repeal?
House or Senate, Jim? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I hear you.
Hey, Deirdre. 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 Back here. I can say this about Manu with that mic.
You know?
I know. Oh, had the mic sent to you in case you wanted to be.
Hey, guys. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Some conditions. They want to keep the young people on their parents' policies until they're 26 years old. But at the same time, they don't have a decent replacement. So that's going to be the question. the politics are definitely on, the president made it clear that the politics are on our side. And that when you look at most surveys, it shows that the American people do not want it repealed. They don't mind it being improved, but they do not want it repealed. The other thing that he pointed out is that it brings quite a bit of, the actions of the Republicans bring quite a bit of uncertainty to the healthcare system. And a lot of rural hospitals will be in trouble, and there'll be quite a bit of problems. So he has encouraged us to fight, which we had already made it clear we were going to do anyway. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Everyone here had a chance to walk around and view the photo exhibit and hopefully talk to each other about the incredible changes our great city has experienced in the past 20 or 25 years. The thing to take away from all of this, that crime stats you'll hear about in a little bit, the before and after pictures you were just looking at, is that none of this happened by accident. A reduced number of murders yet again, and the absolute lowest number of shootings in New York City since modern record-keeping began. We're truly focused on people committing the crime. That's how we're keeping people safe year after year. And again, none of it happened by accident. As I look around at the faces this morning, I know many of you around in this city during the early 80s and 90s, when crime was at its peak, when murders topped 2,200 a year. And you couldn't tell what color the subway cars because they were all covered with graffiti. I remember that vividly. And I can tell you firsthand, it was a very different city back then. And I know you can tell us firsthand as well. So it wasn't an accident how it is that crime plummeted in New York City over the past 2 decades and continues to do so. It's because of the hard work of the men and women of the NYPD who patrol all of our neighbors day in and day out, and the community members who support us. It's the civilians that work for the NYPD, and it's the police executives that work tirelessly to help keep this city safe. Over the last year and a half, we've expanded our neighborhood policing plan, which is a crime-fighting model first and foremost, as I've said before. Everything we do now is geared towards reducing crime and keeping people safe. Everything. For our neighborhood coordination officers and the team of cops that work the same shift and work in the same sectors every day, it's now much more than just a traditional answering of 911 call. It's about deeper problem solving. Every one of us shares this responsibility. That's why we've redefined what it means to be a police officer in this great city. And that's why we've completely shifted the way we patrol New York. We've also restructured how the NYPD is organized. We have almost all of our investigators now reporting to Chief of Detectives Bob Boyce, who you'll also hear from in a little bit. With Bob's guidance and a lot of legwork by those under him, last year we conducted about 100 targeted takedowns, medium and long-term investigations into gang and crew violence, narcotic stealing, and other criminal activities, and we've locked up somewhere north of 1,000 people in these takedowns. That kind of precision policing is what's going to keep New York City on the right track. We've zeroed in on a relatively small population of people who commit most of the violent crime in our city. We're picking them off one by one, or in many cases dozens by dozens. And we're working with our 5 district attorneys and the U.S. attorneys, both the Eastern and Southern District, to make sure that this work pays off. And let me tell you, our DAs are truly our partners in this fight. We've pre-indicted many of these suspects prior to knocking on their doors very early in the morning, and through enhanced prosecutions, many of these repeat offenders are getting longer and more meaningful sentences. And we've added another facet to our neighborhood policing model. After each of these takedowns, we've been going back into the affected communities, neighborhoods, and the housing developments that were terrorized by drug dealers and people shooting guns. And we've held community meetings there with the people who live and work there, so they can ask questions about what our teams are doing here that morning, about exactly who we arrested and why. You know what we're overwhelmingly being told? You got the right people. We're also being told thank you. That's what this is all about, That's why we took these jobs. It's our job to fight crime and to keep people safe, and we won't let up in our efforts. There's still much work to be done. As we begin 2017, I just wish a Happy New Year to everyone. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well, a very Happy New Year to everyone, and I want to just offer my congratulations to Commissioner Jimmy O'Neill, to all the men and women of the NYPD, and to all our community partners. This is an amazing moment for New York City. Let me just give you a sense of the records that have been broken, that have been shattered here once again in this city, because it's extraordinary. The year 2016, the fewest ever overall major crimes in New York City. The fewest ever shootings in New York City. First time we have been below 1,000 shootings in the modern era for a single year in this city. Absolutely amazing. And to give you perspective, just 25 years ago, there were over 5,000 shootings in a single year in this city. Look how far we have all come together. Another record, the fewest ever robberies in New York City. You can clap for that one, too. And finally, the fewest ever burglaries in New York City. This is extraordinary in comparison to that past, and this exhibit is so powerful. I urge everyone to really look at it because it reminds us of all the work that went into changing things. It certainly goes back to Bill Bratton and Jack Maple and the origin of CompStat, a time we not only had the 5,000 shooting years a year, we had over 2,000 murders a year. Real work went in over the last almost quarter century. Real work by our police officers, real work by our community partners to get us to this point. And now the NYPD is perfecting a strategy of precision policing. And in combination with neighborhood policing, crimes are being stopped before they happen, because the focus is on the right people and the right places, and the information is there coming from so many neighborhood residents who are working in deeper partnership with the NYPD. That combination of the right strategy, the right targeting, and the right information is proving to be essential. And you're seeing these gang takedowns. You're also seeing more and more guns being taken off the streets because our police are getting the information and support they need, and they're working so closely with community residents to know where they need to focus. I want to give Commissioner O'Neill a real congratulations, not just for the statistics, because the statistics are one part of the equation. The human reality is what we really care about. Every one of those numbers represents a human being but also his vision for neighborhood policing, which is coming into its own now. It's really only begun, but we're already seeing such promising results. And this is the future of policing in this city, a deep partnership between police and community. Now, as I mentioned, we have so many crucial partners at the community level, and this is a day to celebrate as we start this new year. I want to again thank all the men and women of the NYPD, but I want to thank their partners as well, the men and women who are part of the New York City Crisis Management System. And to give credit where credit is due, I want to thank our friends at the City Council, Chair Vanessa Gibson of Public Safety, and Councilman Jumaane Williams has been one of the leading advocates for the crisis management system. City Council worked with the Mayor's office and NYPD to increase the number of officers. That allowed for neighborhood policing to happen. That's allowed for expanded anti-terror capacity. And now that we are in January of 2016, we have that full complement of new officers out there, over 2,000 more officers on patrol than just 2 years ago, the biggest increase in 15 years. So thanks for that, and thanks for your great support for the crisis management system. And I have to say to everyone involved in crisis management, thank you for what you do on the ground, playing a key role in 17 precincts that have had the biggest problems with gun violence, helping to mediate, helping to prevent violence before it happens, working with community members, really putting into place the grassroots strategy that change communities for the long term. Thank you for all you do. You're going to hear from our great ally, Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams. I want to thank him for all he has done to help keep Brooklyn safe, and before that, all of New York City. And look, the bottom line in this is we've had a theory from the beginning. I shared this worldview with Commissioner Bratton. I share it with Commissioner O'Neill and all the top leadership of the NYPD. We believed that if we got officers and community members communicating more, if we got a sense of common purpose and common mission, that it would make a huge difference. We also knew that some of the policies of the past were not working. So we obviously believed we had to change the approach to stop and frisk. And I want to tell you, with the numbers from this year, stop and frisk is down 93% since I took office. And there's also been a fundamental focus on training our officers and supporting our officers in looking at all their tools and using all their discretion. Obviously, there are times when arrest is the right thing to do. There's times when other tools work better. So over these last 3 years, arrests are down 20%, and crime continues to go down at the same time. And we're also seeing tremendous progress in additional gun seizures. We're also seeing the gang takedowns you heard about. All of these pieces fit together. More and more respect and communication between officers and community, while we're going at the small number of individuals who do the real violence, and we're getting community members to help officers know where the weapons are so they can get them off the streets. That is how all these pieces are coming together. The investments we've made, training, technology, better vests and better gear for our officers to keep them safe, all of these investments support this work, and we will continue to make them. Finally, I just want us to understand this is a beginning. This is a beginning. What Commissioner O'Neill has set in place with neighborhood policing is still in its infancy. We expect great things, and as it spreads more and more throughout the city, we expect that relationship between police and community to deepen further. We expect our officers to get more and more information. We expect crime to go down further. We have, right now, the gateway to an even safer New York City. Let me say a quick few words in Spanish as well. Gracias al NYPD, el año pasado fue uno de los más seguros de nuestra historia. Tuvimos la menor cantidad de delitos mayores, tiroteos y robos a personas y hogares. Este año vamos a seguir reduciendo el crimen con nuestro plan policial de vecindad. With that, I want to welcome someone who's been a key part of this progress, and I want to thank him for his leadership, Chief Dermot Shea.
Good morning, everyone. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge the men and women of the New York City Police Department, the men and women on the front lines, sacrificing every day, working hard. We have some very good story to tell this morning, but it's not lost on me that it's their hard work that really accomplishes what we're about to get into. I'd also, as I look across, I see some representatives from the Brooklyn DA's office in the front row. We do not do this alone. We're very proud of what we've accomplished, but we are well aware that we are just a piece in this. So to the 5 district attorneys, to the special narcotics prosecutor, to our 2 U.S. attorneys, our state, local, federal partners, and our community partners. Some good news today, but we are just one piece of this, and to that I say thank you to everyone. As we begin talking about the crime statistics here, and some of them have been spoken about already, but I'll put my own perspective and spin on it. We had a very low year in overall index crime. We were down in murders in New York City. As the mayor and the police commissioner mentioned, we were under 1,000 shootings. It's not often that all 3 of those things happen in the same year. It's been 7 years since we were down in all three of those categories in New York City. And then to be down in them and to the levels that we are down is really what's truly amazing. First, on the crime. Overall index crime in New York City for 2016, we recorded approximately 101,600 crimes. It's down 4%. It shattered the record set in 2010 of 105,000 and change index crime. All right, continued crime. One of the things that we're most proud of in the NYPD is not reducing crime, but keeping it down and pushing it further. Reducing those blips where crime goes up in 1 year. It's down over 9% now over the last 3 years, index crime in New York City. Broad categories of crime was down this year. Murders, rape, robbery, grand larceny auto, grand larceny, burglaries. The only index crime that was up was felony assault, and it was up 2%. It wasn't confined to one part of the city, this crime reduction this year. Every borough in New York City was down in crime, which we're especially proud of. The records that we set, shooting incidents, under 1,000. The lowest number of shooting incidents recorded on housing property. Jimmy Secreto, thank you very much for housing's work. Never before have we had less shootings on New York City Housing Authority property than this year. The lowest. The lowest number of burglaries, the lowest number of robberies, the lowest number of stolen vehicles. You simply cannot compare. When you look back to 1993, over 110,000 stolen vehicles. This year, we're approximately 6,000. And a good percentage of those are individuals that leave their keys in the car. All right? It is getting harder and harder to have your car stolen, and that's a great thing in New York City. Records being set. When you talk about the homicides this year, we recorded 335 homicides in New York City this year. The 3 of the last 4 years, it's essentially been at that very low level. Right? We were within 2 this year of setting the all-time mark set in Mayor de Blasio's first year, 2014, at 333. Interesting with the numbers this year, and these are people. We had 21 reclassified murders out of those 335 this year. So when you look at the incidents, it's actually significantly smaller that occurred this year. It doesn't take too long to go back into the past. 2012, only 4 years ago, 20% higher in murders. So we have come a long way, and as the mayor said, we're looking to push that even further down. Per capita, per 100,000 residents, when you stop and look at New York City versus the rest of the country, I think we fare very well. We're at about 4%, one of the lowest rates that you'll see in the country. Third and final category I'd like to speak about in terms of overall crime in New York City is the shooting incidents. We recorded 998 shooting incidents. Incredible pressure by Police Commissioner O'Neill for me to keep that number under 1,000. We just made it. We didn't break the record. We really shattered the record. The prior record was at 1,103 incidents in 2013. New York City had never before been below 1,100. We were under 1,000. We had 140 fewer incidents this year than last year. We had 162 fewer people shot this year than last year. When you talk about the precision policing, and we're going to speak briefly about that, and Bob Boyce's gang detectives and precinct detectives and the work they're doing, at the same time that arrests were down and crime is down and the shootings are at record lows, 3 straight years of increased gun arrests in New York City. We had a 10% gun arrest this year over last year across New York City. Gun arrests are not the whole story. When you look at the gun indictments, when you look at the people being taken off the street for carrying an illegal firearm, all the indicators, and again, Brooklyn DA's office, I couldn't thank you enough on working with us to build stronger cases, weekly calls following up on arrests. It's not the arrests that we're concerned about, it's solving the problem. And we are going miles ahead of where we were in terms of gun violence across New York City. So Mark, thank you. So there are the statistics. The statistics really confirm what we've been talking about at some of these press conferences for some time now. There is a momentum, as we call it. There's a momentum building in New York City of the various crime strategies that we put together over the last couple years, of technology that's coming online, of training that's taking hold. All right? Things are going very well with the crime picture in New York City. Essentially, this is what 21st century policing looks like. It's data-driven, it's smarter, it's more effective, it's results-oriented, and here's the important part, it works. But at the same time that we're talking about new strategies and policing differently, we have not lost sight about the most important part, the people. And I'm referring to our officers, and I'm referring to the community. And now when we hear, and I'm sure at some point we'll hear it from Terry Monahan, when we hear about the NCO program and the neighborhood policing, that's why that is so key. If we are going to push crime further down in New York City, we believe it's going to be holding hands right alongside the people that we serve, with them. All right? Thank you very much. And to all involved and officers, thank you for all your hard work this year.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Boyce. I'm the Chief of Detectives. The New York City Police Department detectives have a saying, the greatest detectives in the world. I always think of Bill Parcells and his line, it's not bragging if you can do it. And they've done it day in and day out. So how do we do this? How do we get all these reductions? First of all, the NCO program has been a key component for us. We use those officers out in the street to get us information, bring us back motives, bring us back evidence, so we can act as a force multiplier to our detectives. So precision policing, we took a look at it and we decided to, under the unified detective model, we can bring detectives from all different stripes, different skill sets, and bring them into one area to tackle the gang problem. At the end of 2015, the number one motive for shootings in this city was gang. So how do we get this done? So we brought two units together, the Violence Reduction Task Force under Chief Jim Essick, and the Metro Safe Streets, which is a joint effort with the FBI under Chief Jim Luongo. We brought them in to tackle the tough gangs in this city, the ones that are driving the crime in this city. And that's what we did. So precision policing strategy, some data-driven policing, identify the worst individuals across the city. Like any crime, you have the same people committing that crime, career burglars, career robbers, and we have gang members who are career shooters. We found out that the same people were carrying guns, the same people were witnessing crimes, and the same people were committing crimes. So we identified them, we started going after them. So to date, right now, we're down 21 gang-related homicides this year, down 134 gang-related shootings this year. That's a 44% reduction from last year. We also took a look at the drugs. Now under the Detective Bureau, there is no longer an OCCB. They're all under one roof in our house, and we started tackling some issues as well. We are down 11 drug-related murders this year and down 21 drug-related shootings this year. So the proof is in the pudding. It's worked very well for us. How do we do it? 41 total gang takedowns this year. That's across each borough enjoyed that reduction. Bronx, Brooklyn, right across the board. So 107 total takedowns, 41 against gangs. Right now we have an epidemic of narcotic heroin overdoses and fentanyl overdoses. We've also tackled that as well in every borough. We've challenged our narcotics squad commanders to come up with programs in order to address that, both on trafficking and both on street level. So we're very proud of that. This uniform investigative model is going forward. It keeps getting better every day. And we keep, every day, I don't think I spent a day in the city without some detective just making me smile over some new innovative way he solved it. In this borough, where we sit right now, we are down 58 shootings this year and 15 homicides. So it's a great Brooklyn story, but I worked many years in Brooklyn. I also worked many years in the Bronx, Vanessa, as you know, down there as well. So we're going to keep going forward. We're going to keep rolling this thing right into 2017 and making this city the safest, continue to make the city the safest city in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Boyce. I'd now like to introduce the Borough President of Brooklyn, the Honorable Eric Adams.
Thank you so much. Clearly, from what we heard today, crime is
is on a diet and losing more weight than I am. And that's because we removed the junk food of division between the people who love the city and the people who want to harm the city. And that is what is making us great. And I cannot thank the mayor and Commissioner O'Neill enough, because oftentimes you're concerned when you were the number 2 man for so many years and watching this great maneuvering of public protection. And speaking with them, I recall almost 2 years ago speaking with the mayor and said, we have been successful in fighting crime. Now we have to be successful in having the people know that they can be safe without living in disgrace. When you see a 90% drop in stop and frisk, one of the number 1 tools that protected people, but that protected bad guys from having good guys embrace their police department. 90% drop in crime. The pundits said we could not drop stop and frisk and continue to drop crime. You were wrong. You were wrong. And we must remember, in the backdrop of the terror of street thugs, we still had to deal with the backdrop of radicalism terror that was stymieing the growth of countries abroad. We don't have those threats here because of what we have been doing here. Still fighting terrorism, but dealing with the everyday terror that the mom and pops had to live through in this city and preventing it from taking place. Hats off to SOS. Hats off to Man Up, A.T. Mitchell, Erica Ford. Hats off to all of these on-the-ground groups and organizations. Who never surrendered. Candlelight vigil after candlelight vigil, stopping on street corners, praying with mothers, going to hospitals, interrupting violence, being there and willing to do so, didn't go inside the public housing to fight crime with a bulletproof vest and a gun, just the spirit and willingness to deal with the issues that are facing them. Hats off to you. And that needs to be part of the narrative. People need to fully understand what these organizations did and what they made of this city. Let me tell you, when I look at those pictures out there, I was not someone just looking at a borough that they protected. This is my community. My boy played in Prospect Park. My boy visited this museum. So when Commissioner O'Neill talks about the drop in murders and homicide, he's talking about my boy. He's talking about the safety that he saw in this city. The day I moved in this community in the early 90s, there was a homicide on the corner. And I gathered 100 people and asked them, let's start doing a community watch. All of them were afraid and frustrated and said yes. The first day of the watch, only 4 people showed up. Old ladies with Bibles in their hands in the belief and the faith of the police department and God to ensure that we could have a better community. And after those 4 people patrolled for a week, 2 weeks later, 10 people joined us. Then 20 people joined us. Then 30 people joined us. Until the entire 100 people came out and said, we want our streets back. That's the story that this is about. And we can never forget, and it cannot be written out of this narrative. It is so important what the mayor is doing today. So many pundits want to write the script that the city is in disarray. He must get out into the crevices of the community and let the real story be told. We are safer and better because we have a mayor that understands public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity in this city. Our partners are so significant. To Bishop Gons and James Caldwell's, to Rabbi Eli Cohen's, coming together, communities of diversity. Brooklyn has led the drop. And this is friendly competition that we love. Let's be competitive in who can make their communities more safer as we move forward. What we have done here is amazing. and is continued to propel. We have only just begun. We are not going to rest on our morals. We're not going to take the position that now that the numbers have become where they are, that we're going to rest and relax. No. We must continue to go deeper. The mother on her way to the subway station must stop and say to the officer, I heard your son graduated last year. I'm happy for him. That officer must be comfortable enough to engage and know every name of the children in their communities, the stores, the places. Good people must know good people. Bad people know be bad people. That's why they call them street violent gangs. The real gang of New York must be the gang of people who wear blue uniforms, blue jeans, and blue suits and protect the people of this city and this borough. That's what we are. And so I'm proud to be here, not only as your borough president, but as a person who wore a bulletproof vest for 22 years and protected your children and families. I'm proud to continue this legacy and see the familiar faces who have rose with me through the rank and now at the position of making policies that protect people and commitment and dedication. I'm proud to see a commissioner like Chief Commissioner O'Neill, a person who's really dedicated and committed in a real way, and you cannot fake your commitment. You can't fake it. This is the real deal. This is a Brooklyn-born, bred, read, and protected person of this city. And we are fortunate to have had a great commissioner, Commissioner Bratton. We are fortunate to continue under Chief Gomez as Chief of Department. But we are fortunate to have a mayor of the city of New York that has put people first and protected the people of this city. I thank you, Mayor. I thank you, Commissioner. I thank you, NYPD. God bless this city. God bless this country. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Borough President Adams. At this time, again, I'll remind everyone we're going to open up the floor to questions and answer only to the media. Those that are seated in the audience in front realize there are still live cameras and not to interrupt. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant. Questions on this topic, and then we'll do other topics after. Go ahead.
Mayor, can I ask, please, Commissioner?
Of course.
You talked specifically about precision policing. How unique is that compared to other cities? And can you say what Chicago is doing wrong that the NYPD is doing right?
I'll talk about what New York City is doing right, because that's what I know. Chicago did, they brought a delegation in here, the superintendent and a few other people came a couple of weeks ago. We told them what we were doing. We brought them to a ComStat and working with the community, working through neighborhood policing, working through Bob Boyce's detectives and our federal partners and the DA's office. We're identifying the people in the communities, and it's a very small percentage of the people involved in the violence, and we're using all of our resources toward that end. That's what we're doing right. That's why stops are down. That's why summonses are down. And that's why arrests are down, and it's working because we're targeting the right people. Anybody else? Rocco. Yeah, I don't know if I can give you what Rocco's asking is, as we work through the people involved in the violence, does that pool diminish? Yes, it does diminish, and hopefully it diminishes because they go to prison. This is what the overall strategy is. And working with the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, working with the 5 DA's offices, and working with the Eastern and Southern District, we're making sure we do that. We're bringing the right cases to the right prosecutors to make sure that we get we're going to put so much effort into this. We just have to have the payoff there, and they have to go to prison. Rick?
I know there was some concern about celebrating too long or too loud about this because of the possibility of crime could spike back up again. I'm just wondering if you can talk about where you are on that.
Yeah, this is not mission accomplished, as everyone that spoke up here said. This is we have a moral obligation to do our best to keep pushing crime down. And as we look throughout the city to where those pockets of crime are, that's where we're going to go, and that's where we're going to deploy our resources. This isn't over. This is just starting. David?
One of the things that jumps out in the exhibit that we just looked at before coming in here is that many of the pictures of dilapidated buildings or neighborhoods that were crime-ridden in the past are now places that many of the people in this room couldn't afford to live in. And I wonder, for the mayor, more than for the commissioner, what do you think is the relationship between crime and gentrification, and do you think one drives the other?
I think the central story here is not about gentrification. I think it is about CompStat. It's about now neighborhood policing, determining how to have a different relationship between police and community. I think these were all much more important to the changes that have been made. Gentrification is a factor, but if you look at that exhibit carefully, one of the things I think is important to recognize is over many administrations, not only were these policing strategies changing, but a lot of investment was put into communities, turning vacant lots into affordable housing, into public schools, into even in one case a new police precinct. So that was about public investment. That was not about gentrification.
From the opposite way, do you think that the success in policing is driving gentrification, not the other way?
I think that clearly a safe city is attractive to everyone, to the people who live here. And we know that through the 60s and 70s, even into the 80s, a lot of people who grew up here were leaving because they didn't think it was safe. They didn't think it was safe for their families. So now more and more people are staying, and they want to be here. Obviously, we've had a huge influx of people from other parts of the country, even other parts of the world. We're at the highest all-time population we've had, 8.55 million. Yeah, that's, of course, public safety is one of the #1 drivers of why people have decided to stay and why our population has gone up. That being said, I want to refer to the point that Eric Adams made. A lot of people, including a lot of people present here today from the crisis management system, stood and fought and protected their communities even during the worst moments. And that's another part of the story. We got to today because a number of people decided, and I thought that the example that Eric gave of the community patrol was a beautiful one. A lot of people decided it was their neighborhood and they were going to fight for it no matter how tough it was. And that gave us a chance to rebound and recover.
Let's talk about how effective targeting crews has been for you, reducing crime. And then, you're taking down the crews and you see more pop up. Where are we in terms of the gang crew situation?
Hey, Shimon, I think if you just take a look at the shootings and how we broke them down, the number of gang and crew shootings has gone way down. Maybe Bobby can give you the exact number on that. And as they pop up, we redeploy, and that's why we do CompStat every Thursday. That's why we look at this. I don't think there's anybody sitting up here that probably sleeps through the night because we're constantly looking at our BlackBerry or iPhone, whatever you have, to see what's going on. The first couple of days, it's been a challenge this year, but that's the way it's going to be. There's going to be ebbs and flows, and wherever there are challenges and there are issues, that's where we're going to deploy our resources to make sure we keep pushing crime down.
Are you finding that the community engagement is better in terms of finding the crews, getting better cooperation with the community? Is that helping in any way?
Yeah, the NCOs, the neighborhood coordination officers, as part of our neighborhood policing plan, is definitely having an impact on identifying gangs and crews and making sure that we're working towards pushing crime down. Dean?
And you're proud that crime is down, murders are down, shootings are down, but when you interview several people, a lot of people think crime is still up in this city. Why do you think that is? And we've spoken about that before, the perception. But a lot of people think crime is up in New York.
We do have to fight both the perception and the reality, and a lot of what happens, it impacts people individually. We're not saying that there's no crime in New York City. So it's up to make sure, it's up to us to make sure that in every part of the city that people feel safe. And I think with the NCOs and the steady sector cops, people are going to have the opportunity to meet New York City police officers, and maybe that'll give them a better feeling of safety. Ozzy?
What can you tell us about the sort of guns that are used in these shootings? New York City has obviously tough gun control laws, but where are they coming in from? How are they getting in the hands of people using it? And secondly, a lot of the photographs in the exhibit looked at New York 10, 15, 20 years ago, and now a lot of people are engaging with social media, the internet, in ways that weren't reflected before. How are crimes related to, how are cyber crimes being incorporated into statistics that are being happening by TV?
All right, hey, Bob, you want to talk about gangs and crews?
Just one thing we saw, we're seeing, and we say this, we've been saying this for a couple of months now, more and more gangs are using credit cards and check fraud to get money to create a more sophisticated level for us to go after. And that's fine, because they're also very active in social media. So some of the ways we take them down through those things right now. Less street dealing on drugs than we had before. I spoke about these over 100 takedowns this year. We have 2 this morning. So just going forward, we're not stopping. We did a takedown on Vermilion Street up in the 3-4 precinct. 29 search warrants this morning, 21 subjects of, if you go back, drive down Vermilion Street in Washington Heights, it looks like something out of the 1980s. They showed me video of the block. We got very angry. We locked up these individuals for a drug market on that street. In the 4-7 precinct in the Bronx, the Operation Bloodhound Brims, which are going to the Southern District of New York, 14 subjects in that. So we're not going to stop what we do. We're going to keep continuing to take down these locations and keep reducing part of that crime. Dean, to your question, I sat there, almost jumped out of my seat when I heard it. I have some responsibility for the perception of crime in this city, because each night I put out video on the media of crimes. That's how we catch people, engage the public into identifying these folks. And time again, we get phone calls. So that may skew our perception how the city works, but it's such an important tool for us in the Detective Bureau. We'll keep doing it. But analysis doesn't lie. That is anecdotal stuff. Analysis doesn't lie. Crime is down and violence is down as well.
Ozzie, just to continue on that, with the FIO program, we continue to take more guns off the street. And then with Richard Aborn from the Citizens Crime Commission helped us put together the Gun Violence Suppression Division, and working with the DA's offices with the gun courts, that's really helping us keep the gun crime down. Yep.
A question for the mayor, if I could. I was hoping you could also weigh in on the disconnect some New Yorkers seem to have between the crime statistics and the perception of safety in the city. And when we heard the borough president speak, he talked about wanting the city to get out into the crevices of the communities, I think was his phrase. Do you plan to hold events like this around the city? Some of your allies say that they've been frustrated that you haven't done more to promote these crime statistics.
Look, we're going to, in the course of this year, continue to have town hall meetings in neighborhoods all over the city. Certainly going to be all over this city, talking to people formally, informally. And, you know, multiple times a month, we talk to you about the work that's being done to fight crime. I think we have to be honest together about this. I think it is noble, Chief Boyce, to say, you know, while we're projecting information about individual criminals, that may skew the situation. I think that's a fair analysis. I think we all in this together, though. You guys today have an opportunity to tell the people of this city that crime is down. We're going to keep saying it. We're going to keep putting out proof and statistics and examples. I ask you to do your share of giving people the whole story. I am recalling, as I heard the dialogue, I'm recalling the presidential debate at Hofstra University, which I watched, you know, with some confusion as 2 presidential candidates were debating whether crime was up or crime was down in New York City, when there's only one factual reality. And if you're not sure about the factual reality, just ask this guy right here. So crime has gone down 3 years running, and we intend to drive it down again. It's as simple as that. And all I ask is you include that concept in all your coverage. Crime has gone down 3 years running, and we intend to drive it down more. Yeah.
You've spoken about the success you've had in Brooklyn last year, but there are about a half dozen precincts in the Bronx where crime is up. Some of them have the lowest detective staffing for violent crime in the city, and, you know, part of somewhat wide disparities in investigative research across the city. I wonder whether you have specific plans to address that disparity in resources as crime continues to develop.
Yeah, we're constantly taking a look at manpower in the Detective Bureau and in specific squads. What we're trying to do is make sure that, first and foremost, that we staff neighborhood policing, and as we move through that and get that done, we'll be putting more people in the Detective Bureau. And Bob Boyce, along with Jay Wilcox, who's the chief, investigative chief up in the Bronx, this is something that they do constantly, looking to move people around, and it's not just the precinct detectives. We have a homicide squad, we have gang, we have narcotics, so there's a whole slew of detectives that work within a precinct that might not just necessarily be assigned to that detective squad.
Yeah, over here.
Question for the mayor. Mayor, when you talk
A little louder.
You just mentioned the debate, and the president-elect has also had comments about the use of stop and frisk and how it should be used again. These stats show decline in stop and frisk and the overall crime. I'm wondering if he's going to add something to that.
Yeah, the President-elect Trump is wrong about stop and frisk. I told him that to his face. And look, I want to agree with the commissioner. I'm not going to analyze the situation in Chicago that I don't know well. I can certainly say the way forward for all American police forces is to deepen the relationship with the community, create partnership at the community level. That's what's working here. And this is what I think is missing in this national debate. What's a better example than New York City, right? For decades and decades, when people thought, sadly, of crime in cities, they thought of New York City. For a quarter century, there's been a systematic effort to turn it around. And that story's been told beautifully here today, starting with CompStat and all the changes in policing, right on up through neighborhood policing strategies, the great work of our community partners. That is a model. It's not a model from some pristine suburb. You know, a big, tough city we proved that you could turn crime around, and that one of the crucial elements of turning crime around was getting away from divisive use of stop and frisk and other things that drove a wedge between police and community. So I would say to Chicago and every other city, we have something here. It didn't come easy. It took a quarter century to perfect, but it's working. We're ready to work with all of our fellow cities on that. But what would be a step in the wrong direction is to cut off communication between police and community. That's only going to increase violence. It's not going to decrease it.
Commissioner, just a broader question. I know there's been an emphasis on quality of life offenses in previous years. As you focus resources on repeat offenders and send NCOs into these communities to deal with issues, will there be less of an emphasis on some of those quality of life offenses? I know that you've said previously, you know, it's quality of life. Will there be less of an emphasis as well?
I'll tell you this, and I was a precinct commander for about 6.5 years. I had the park, I had the 2.5, and I had the 4.4, and if I didn't concentrate some of my efforts on quality of life conditions, I wouldn't have been a precinct commander very long. So we're going to continue our efforts. I think with the NCOs and with the steady sector cops, we'll be able to identify the issues within the community in conjunction with the community and come up with a problem with the community. So definitely our efforts as far as quality of life is going to continue.
Yeah, let me jump in, because quality of life policing, first of all, communities demand it. In fact, when you go back and you look at those photos, it used to be a time in this city where community members wanted quality of life policing and couldn't get response when they needed it because police were dealing with so many more violent crimes. So when you talk to people, I was a city councilman, I know what people felt in my district, and I've talked to people all over the city. They want quality of life issues addressed, but they also want a few very important points to be taken into account. They want absolute consistency and fairness in how it's addressed. Every kind of community. So it should not ever be addressed in, there should not be a reality where quality of life policing is done in a way that is not the same from one community to another. There cannot be discrimination in that effort. Second, quality of life policing evolves with the times. This is something that Commissioner Bratton always said, Commissioner O'Neill's always said, I believe fundamentally. For example, we made a decision altogether to get away from arrests for low-level possession of marijuana. That was a fundamental change in the approach to quality of life policing with the City Council, and we thank the City Council for leadership. They went forward with the summons reform legislation so that officers would have more options. And something Commissioner O'Neill always talks about is maximizing officer discretion. That in many cases, you don't need to do an arrest. It could be a summons or a warning. All of these are changes in the approach to quality of life policing. So the idea is necessary because neighborhood residents want their quality of life protected. But it has to grow with the times, and it has to be applied consistently and fairly.
Ashley?
Right over
everybody. We are now transferring over back out to Arizona, where just a little bit, new Sheriff Paul Penzone will be sworn in as Maricopa County's 37th sheriff after defeating Joe Arpaio in November's election. Arpaio served as sheriff for the last 24 years.
Started. All right. Unbelievable how all of you have decided to come and see me on my last day as chairman. I knew I was self-important. Thank you, Mr. Assessor. So I'll bring the meeting to order. Thank you for coming. I'd like to, at this point, introduce Supervisor Barney to introduce his friend, Mr. Breinholt, who will be giving our invocation this morning, and also have Supervisor Gates introduce his daughters, who will be leading us immediately after the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. So, Mr. Barney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leroy Breinholt, if you'd come forward and honor us with a prayer to start off our meeting. This is a dear friend, one of my heroes, and just grateful he can be here and kick off 2017 in this special time for the county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's all rise, please.
Our Father in heaven, we are so grateful to be here this day to witness the swearing in of these political officials here in the state of Arizona and the county. We are grateful for the many blessings we have to live in such a wonderful state, to have people such as these to serve and to give of their time and their talents and their efforts for the betterment of us as members of this great state. We're grateful for those that have gone before them, that have sacrificed so much, their families, the time and efforts that they've exerted. We're grateful for those in the military that do sacrifice and have sacrificed so much so that we can have the freedoms that we have to live here. We're grateful for this wonderful state and for the opportunities that we have by living here that it affords us. And we ask blessings upon this state, Father, that we will be able to move forward and be a leader in the country, that our country will look to the state of Arizona for its great leadership, for its selfless service, and for all those that sacrifice so much. We are grateful for this wonderful country and ask a blessing upon those that also serve on a national level. Please help us to get past our political divides and past the issues that we have in our lives, that we will truly be able to realize and understand how blessed we are to live in this great country, in this great state, and that we will all as citizens and as leaders pull together and to get past the partisan issues that we have and be able to serve together and to help those that need help, as many people in this state and people in this country need help. Please help us to reach out to them, to have them feel part of the state, to feel part of the bigger cause of moving forward and being a leader in this country, in the world, Father. This world needs leadership, and this country has always been one that most of the world looks to, and please help us to continue to do that on an individual basis and as a state, and also more importantly as a country. Again, we are so humbled and appreciative of all the many blessings we have. We know that we are truly blessed to live here and to have the many things that we do and the sacrifices that have gone before us, and we give thee thanks humbly for all the many blessings we have. And we do so in the name of thy Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. And now Supervisor Gates has someone to introduce.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to introduce my daughter, Emily Gates, who's a 10th grader, and my daughter, Corinne Gates, who's a 7th grader, and they're here to lead us in the pledge today.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, please be seated. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. So right now, I'd like to introduce the presiding judge of the Maricopa County Superior Court, the Honorable Janet Barton. Judge Barton, if you could take this moment to please swear in the members of this board. If my fellow members will please stand.
I hope you don't mind, but I added in a phrase about you approving our budget in full.
That's for the next chairman.
All right, here we go. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona.
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And defend them against all enemies.
And defend them against all enemies,
Foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
That I will faithfully and impartially discharge.
That I will faithfully and impartially discharge
The duties of the office of a Maricopa County Supervisor.
the duties of the office of Maricopa County Supervisor
According to the best of my abilities.
according to the best of my abilities.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Well, before I get started, I have just a minute of executive privilege. I'd like to introduce some of my family members for being here today. So thank you, my mother, Gertie Hickman, my wife, Jennifer Hickman, and my mother-in-law, the two moms, Veronica Bosick. So thanks for being here to witness me handling the gavel to someone. It could be anyone. Okay, so thank you for that. We've now come to the nomination and election of the chairman for the Board of Supervisors for the 2017 calendar year. Do I have a nomination for chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the nomination for Supervisor Denny Barney to be the new chairman of the County Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chairman, I'd second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, and we have a new chairman of the board, Mr. Denny Barney. Thank you.
All right.
Do I have to sit next to Gallardo?
It would be your honor.
Well, I guess it's official. Thank you to my colleagues for this honor and this the confidence that they've placed in me. I noticeably didn't vote for myself. I'm not sure if you're supposed to, but I certainly look forward to the opportunity to serve. With that, I'd like to just take a moment and recognize Supervisor Hickman for his service. It's been a great year at the county, and certainly the county is better because of his leadership. So, in behalf of the board, the four of us, we just say thank you. We honor you, and we'd like to present you with a plaque that recognizes your service and your leadership as chairman in the year of 2016. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Awesome. Thank you.
Let's have everybody come over. Yeah, we're going to get a picture right here. Awesome. Thank you, Denny. Appreciate it. Well, I would suggest that being the past chairman is way better than being the current chairman. So,
feels better already.
Congratulations. With that, we'd like to proceed with the swearing in of our elected officials that are here with us. Before we do that, though, it's probably appropriate that we recognize all those that are here that serve in elected office, not those that are being sworn in today, but we have a number of others. We tried to get a list, and as they came in, we were unable to do that. So if I could please invite all those that are here that serve in elected office, again, not those being sworn in, but those that are here just to support this great day for the county. If you'd please stand. Remain standing. We welcome you. We thank you for being here. A number of our constables and justice of the peaces and representatives from the legislature, other county officials, Mayor Barney from Queen Creek. We're so grateful you're here. Thank you for your support and your willingness to be with us today. With that, I'd like to call forward Mr. Paul Peterson, our assessor, and invite him to be sworn in by Judge Barton. If we could invite Judge Barton back to the mic. Let's see what she tries to get out of you, Paul.
I don't have to give out my home address here. Speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you.
Can do that.
Are you ready?
Yep.
I, Paul Peterson,
I, Paul Peterson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
and
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the
the
office
duties of the office
of Maricopa County Assessor
of Maricopa County Assessor
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
I also do solemnly swear
I also do solemnly swear
that I will, to the best of my knowledge and ability,
that I will, to the best of my knowledge and ability,
truly and fairly determine
the
the valuation without favor or partiality
valuation without favor or without favor or, gotta get that right, partiality
of all the taxable property
of all the taxable property
in Maricopa County
in Maricopa County
at its full cash value.
at its full cash value.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Paul, that's without partiality, just to be clear. If we could please call our County Attorney Bill Montgomery forward, and I'd like to introduce a special guest that's here with him today, Justice Andrew Gould, who is our newest member of the Supreme Court to be sworn in here shortly. We're grateful that he's here with us and honored by his presence. And if you would please proceed, Justice Gould, with the...
Chairman, point of personal
please.
If you would please introduce my wife and children, and Maddie and William.
Becky and Maddie. William, would you please stand? We welcome you. Thank you. Now, are you supposed to be in school today, or is today a day off? Okay, well, we're glad you're here. Thank you and welcome.
If you would please raise your right hand. I, William Gerard Montgomery,
I, William Gerard Montgomery,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially carry out the duties
of
Maricopa County Attorney
to
the best of my ability.
So help me God. So help me God.
Thank you and congratulations. Welcome to Maricopa County, Justice Gould. We're glad to have you here. If we could please invite our recorder, Adrian Fontes, to come forward. He'll be sworn in by Judge Barton. If we could invite them forward. Thank you.
And also, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce my mother and father, who are over here, Dr. Linda Pucci and Victor Fontes, and my wife, Mona, and my children, who are supposed to be in school, but they get a special break today.
Adrian, tell us their names, if you would, please. If you want to introduce them individually, what are their names?
Oh, sure. My oldest, Olivia, who probably has her cell phone out, and Isabella, our precocious middle child, and Adriana, who is right over there next to her mom. All right. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you'll raise your right hand. I, Adrian Fontes,
I, Adrian Fontes,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office of Maricopa County Recorder
the duties of the office of Maricopa County Recorder
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, if we could now invite forward Mr. Steve Watson, the Maricopa County Superintendent of Public Instruction. Welcome.
Point of personal privilege.
Please. This is starting to sound like the legislature, but go ahead.
I would just like the opportunity to introduce my family.
They're beautiful. Can we help you with that?
My sister Marion, please stand up. My mom, everybody knows my mom. She was everywhere. My wife Tessa. My oldest daughter Brighton. She's 14. She's a freshman at Pinnacle. My twin boys, Fletcher, who's older by about 45 minutes, and Benin, who is younger by about 45 minutes. Stand up, Ben. My 8-year-old Ellis. My 5-year-old McKinley. And my 2-year-old Cardston. And I'm excited to have my mother and father-in-law here as well, Don and Terry Fletcher.
Welcome.
I am.
I, Steve Watson,
I, Steve Watson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office of Maricopa County School Superintendent
the duties of the office of Maricopa County School Superintendent
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Selfie time. You may need a longer arm to capture the whole crowd. Welcome aboard. We'd like to now invite Sheriff Paul Penzone to come forward. He's going to be sworn in by Judge. Thank you. He'll be sworn in by Judge Mary Marghia, a federal judge in the Ninth Circuit. Welcome, Judge. We're glad to have you here this morning.
Chairman Barney, it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here today.
Thank you so much. And Paul, would you like to would you like to introduce your guest here?
I'm taking privileges. Here's my wife Veronica and my son Austin. I have my parents Rosemary and Charlie, my niece Haley, my brother Charlie, and my sister Linda here with me today, and our Pastor Travis.
Please repeat after me. I, Paul Penzone,
I, Paul Penzone,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same,
and
defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge
the duties
of the office
of County Sheriff
of the office of County Sheriff
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Sheriff Penzone, congratulations.
Congratulations and welcome. We'd like to now invite Mr. Royce Flora, our treasurer, to come forward. He'll be sworn in by Judge Barton. And Royce, if you'd take an opportunity to introduce Ann and your mother, perhaps, that'd be great.
Our vital interests and our allies. And we've got to make sure that during this transition period, that there is a seamless passing of the baton, that there's continuity, and that any issues that still remain, and obviously, we still have major fights against ISIS in Mosul and in Syria. Afghanistan is still active. That in all of these areas, we are doing everything we can to make sure that the next president will benefit from the same kinds of outstanding advice and service that these people around the table have provided me. So it has been, as I've said repeatedly, one of the greatest honors and privileges of being president, is serving as commander-in-chief to such outstanding people. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. And I know that my optimism about America going forward is in part because we have such an amazing military, not only one that knows how to fight, but also knows how to uphold the values of rule of law and professionalism and integrity and recognizes our constitutional structure and maintains strict adherence and respect for civilian authority and democratic practices in determining how we use the awesome force of the American military. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. And with that, we got to do some work. All right?
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
What you're looking at, folks, is the motorcade for President Obama. And once again, folks, this is a live look of Trump Tower in New York City. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. The actual cost of the presidential election recount in Wisconsin is expected to be about $1.8 million, nearly half of the estimated cost of $3.5 million. The Wisconsin Elections Commission is still waiting on final costs from Brown and Kenosha counties. Commission spokesman said Wednesday he expected the cost to be submitted within 2 weeks. The original estimates from both counties were about $180,000 each. President-elect Donald Trump is using WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to cast doubt on the U.S. intelligence community's case that Russia was behind hacking of the Democratic National Committee ahead of the 2016 election. And he's suggesting that the DNC is to blame for the hacking of its computers and emails, including those of top Hillary Clinton advisor John Podesta. Trump continued his tweet storm today by arguing that the DNC did not have a hacking defense and questioning why the Democratic Party had not responded to the terrible things they did and said. He appeared to be referring to information in the DNC emails that was made public and led to the resignation of the DNC chairwoman and other officials. Julian Assange said a 14-year-old could have hacked Podesta. Why was the DNC so careless? also said Russians did not give him the info, Trump tweeted earlier today. It was a striking spectacle for the incoming president to give credibility to Assange, whose organization has been under criminal investigation for its role in classified information leaks. Assange has said his source for the hacked emails WikiLeaks published during the campaign was not a government, but his assertion has left open the possibility they came from a third party. The American intelligence community and Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill insist that Russia was behind the hacks, but Trump has repeatedly dismissed that allegation, challenging the intelligence experts who will help him make the weightiest possible decisions once he becomes president on January 20th. Trump has insisted that the government doesn't really know who's behind the attacks. He has said he'll release more information this week. In a series of tweets Tuesday and early today, Trump wrote without evidence that the timing of an upcoming intelligence briefing on suspected Russian interference in the 2016 election had been delayed. Quote, perhaps more time needed to build a case. Very strange, he wrote, using quote marks around the word intelligence. Trump's tweets, in line with repeated criticism of his nation's intelligence leaders, caused confusion among intelligence officials who said there was no delay in the briefing schedule. Transition officials said Wednesday that Trump would meet with CIA Director John Brennan, FBI Director James Comey, and Director of National Intelligence James Clapper in New York on Friday. This will be Trump's first meeting with Comey since the FBI's director's later October announcement that the Bureau was reviewing additional emails connected to Hillary Clinton. Many Democrats blamed that 11th hour probe, which did not change the FBI's conclusion that Clinton should not be prosecuted for turning the election to Trump. The fresh clash came as Trump took further steps to fill his cabinet and key White House positions, with his attention shifting toward the challenges of governing. He announced that he wants Wall Street lawyer Jay Clayton to be chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, saying in a statement that his pick is a highly talented expert on many aspects of financial and regulatory law. Trump has repeatedly said he wants to undo many regulations that he says have stifled investment in Americans' businesses. Clayton, in a statement, said that he'll carefully monitor the financial sector and set policies that encourages companies to create jobs. Clayton is the latest Trump pick with deep ties to Wall Street, having represented Goldman Sachs Group and Barclays Capital. On Capitol Hill, meanwhile, Vice President-elect Mike Pence told Republicans that Trump has signaled that it's time to get to work and plans to have a shorter than usual 90-minute inaugural parade on January 20th and go straight to the Oval Office to begin signing executive orders repealing some of President Obama's actions. Pence did not specify the topics of the potential executive orders. Trump promised late yesterday to hold his first formal news conference since his November 8th election victory next week in New York. He has already waited longer than any other president-elect in the modern era to hold his first exchange with journalists. Most have held such events within days of their elections. Transition officials said Wednesday that Trump would address his business during a wide-ranging press conference, but it was not clear if he would fully outline how he plans to avoid potential conflicts of interest involving the Trump Organization after taking office.
General Flynn.
How are the meetings going today? General Flynn, anything you can tell us about your meetings today? Great. Anyone specific that you're meeting with?
Is this for media?
A repeal of Obamacare would set off mass confusion and chaos. That's what Kathleen Sebelius, the Secretary of Health and Human Services under President Obama, said Wednesday. Sebelius made the comments as Republicans were meeting in Washington to try to figure out ways to dismantle Obama's signature legislation and replace it with something else. Obama was holding meetings with Democrats to figure out ways to salvage his cherished law. Quote, to pass a bill that says we are going to repeal the current law with nothing to take its place will cause pure chaos, not just for the individuals, but really for the marketplace. Insurance companies will not continue to participate in a market where there is no certainty that they will have any customers, she told the Fox Business Network. Sebelius said Americans would not be able to pay for the Republicans' proposed multi-pronged plan. The notion that I think that Republicans will somehow keep the insurance companies selling to people with pre-existing conditions without any financial help and any support is meaningless because people will not be able to afford the coverage, she said. Obamacare is working for a lot of people, she said, even though price increases continue to skyrocket. No question, we need to work on prices, she said. That's regulated at the state level, not by the federal government. Even so, Sebelius said most people participating in the marketplace receive a premium tax credit based on earnings. Their premiums are not based on exactly what the premium is in the market. They are based on what their family income is, how affordable this is, and this is affordable coverage for millions of people, she said. Then she put state insurance commissioners who, she said, should step up and do their jobs. All right, folks, speaking about Obamacare, we're going to take you back to earlier in the morning when GOP lawmakers got together with Mike Pence to talk about repealing Obamacare, and then we'll show you the Democratic response. That's something we haven't shown you yet, so we'll show you that Democratic response in just a little bit here. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Plans across this country.
They had the wisdom to listen, and now they have the courage to lead America. When you watch on the floor today, we're going to start with that courage. We've watched what has happened to the jobs across this country. The regulation that has been impounded for the last 8 years. You'll see this week that we will bring up the REINS Act. Many of you know about that legislation. It simply says give the people a voice when it comes to regulation in America. The REINS Act only deals with those bills of regulation that get imposed upon that cost more than $100 million on business. You'd think there would have been a few of those, but if you look in just the last 6 years, there was 82 of those presented and put in place every single year of this administration. We have to get that burden off and start working. So the REINS Act will say no new major rulings will be imposed without a vote of the House and the Senate, where the people have a voice. We'll also be dealing with Obamacare. So many of you know of what these failed policies have done to Americans. If you look at those families that have employer-based insurance, their premiums have increased by more than $4,300. Of the 23 co-ops that were created in Obamacare, 18 of them have already failed. But what's most concerning to so many, more than 1,022 counties across America, that's more than 1/3, have only one choice inside the exchanges. Everything President Obama promised about health care has failed. We are so thankful that we have a new administration coming that had the wisdom to listen and the courage to lead.
Morning, everybody. It was an exciting day yesterday to see all the new members get sworn in, to see this new majority excited about getting to work for the American people. There's a lot that we want to do. There's a lot we're going to do, working in tandem with our new president and our new vice president. It's great to welcome our friend and former colleague Mike Pence back, not as a member of Congress, but as the soon-to-be vice president of the United States, as a great partner in working to get our country back on track. And there's a lot that we need to do. There's a lot we're going to do. But you also know that there's somebody else that's going to be here at the Capitol today, and that's Barack Obama. And I think when the president comes back here today, maybe for the last time as president, it's important to remember the first time that Barack Obama came here as president. Barack Obama came here and made very specific promises to the American people about Obamacare. He came here and said, if you like what you have, you can keep it. How did that work out? Today, millions of Americans lost the good health care plans that they liked and expected to keep and are not able to today because of the broken promises of his law. Barack Obama came here to this Capitol and said that if his bill passes, health insurance costs will drop dramatically for families. And instead, what have we seen? The reverse, dramatic increases in health care costs. In my state of Louisiana, over 25% increases that families are paying in higher costs for health care because of those broken promises of his law. I hope he comes here to apologize for those broken promises, but I don't think that's what's going to be the case. I think he's going to be here more concerned about preserving his legacy than about fulfilling those promises. The good news is we are here to fulfill those promises to the American people. We told the American people that if you give us this great opportunity, that we're going to work hard every day, not just to repeal Obamacare, but to replace it with reforms that actually put patients back in charge of their health care decisions, that actually focus on lowering costs and increasing access to health care, and to bringing doctors back in the practice of medicine who are getting out of the practice because they don't want unelected bureaucrats in Washington telling them how to deliver the health care that they were trained to provide. So it's an exciting time for the country. We're really excited about getting to work to restoring those promises that were made to the American people and to get our economy back on track and to make America great again.
Well, Happy New Year, everyone. I'm very excited, energized by the new year, the new opportunities that it brings. This really is a moment that we've been given by the people. It's a moment to think big. It's a moment to reimagine the federal government and to put people back at the center of it. You know, just down the road is the Washington Monument. And right now it's closed to visitors. You think about families, individuals that travel from all around the country. From Eastern Washington, it's a long trip, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to visit the Washington Monument. And yet they'll be met with a closed sign because the federal government is going to take more than 2 years to fix an elevator. Now, this is just one example. But people are dealing with these kind of roadblocks every day at the VA, at the doctor's office, when they're just trying to do the right things, provide for their families, get a job. This is how the government has come to operate. One person, one agency at the top deciding for everyone. That's why it's our responsibility as the people's voice and the people's representatives in their government to protect the Constitution and the balance of power. Representative government, the rule of law, equal opportunity for all is protected here in the House by the people and for the people. I want to thank Vice President-elect Mike Pence for joining us today. It is so exciting for us as we start this unified Republican government, 2017, and all that it has in store for the people of this country, creating opportunities for everyone.
Happy New Year, everybody. Throughout this transition, we have been working hand in hand with the Vice President-elect with one goal in mind, and that is to make sure that President-elect Trump can hit the ground running when he takes office on the 20th. So we're getting right down to business. We are starting today on our work to deliver relief to Americans struggling under Obamacare. We must remember this. This law has failed. Americans are struggling. The law is failing while we speak. We need to reverse the damage that has been done. Then, once we repeal this law, we need to make sure that there is a stable transition to a truly patient-centered system. We want every American to have access to quality, affordable health coverage. All of the things that Obamacare has kept from the American people. More choices, more control, more freedom. We want to put them back in their hands. We know that things are only getting worse under Obamacare. This is about people paying higher premiums every year and feeling powerless to stop it. It's about families paying deductibles that are so high, it doesn't even feel like you have health insurance in the first place. And in so many parts of the country, as you've always heard, even if you want to look for better coverage, you're stuck with one option. One choice is not a choice. It is a monopoly. The healthcare system has been ruined, dismantled under Obamacare. The answer here is not to ignore the problem. The answer here is not to ignore the problem to keep some failed legacy. The answer here is bold action. Solve problems. Bring relief to Americans. We will help Americans crying out for relief from Obamacare, and we will keep our promise to the people. As you can see, we'll be working with the new administration on every step of this law, every step of the way, even before day one. With that, I want to hand it over to somebody that we all know very well because he served here with us. We're so proud of him, and we're so pleased about this new working relationship with our new Vice President-elect Mike Pence. I always said, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, he said it.
I was there until the end. Nice notes.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Speaker and to the leadership for the warm welcome today at the House Republican Conference. I'll be meeting later today with members of the Senate at their weekly luncheon. And this is a day that our message is very simple. On behalf of the President-elect and on behalf of all the leadership, that we are 16 days away from the end of business as usual in Washington, D.C. Today our message is very simple. Working with the leadership here in the House and in the Senate, we're going to be in the promise-keeping business. The President-elect campaigned all across this country. He gave voice to the frustrations and the aspirations of the American people. He laid out an agenda to make America great again. And my message on his behalf today before this conference and before members of the Senate is that we intend to keep those promises. That begins with assembling a government and the energetic effort through the course of this transition to build a cabinet that will be able to implement that agenda. It speaks for itself. It'll literally begin on day one. Before the end of the day, we do anticipate that the President-elect will be in the Oval Office taking action to both repeal executive orders and also set into motion through executive action policies to implement promises that were made on the campaign trail. Working with the Congress, we're going to have that classic three-part agenda that the President-elect talked about so often on the campaign trail. Jobs, jobs, jobs. The focus is going to be from day one to work with the Congress, and you heard about the efforts this week to begin to roll back the onerous regulations that have been stifling growth in the American economy and stifling jobs and opportunities. We're going to be working with the Congress over the course of the first several months to construct the kind of tax reform for businesses and individuals that will unleash the bound-up energy in the American economy. We're going to keep our promises to end illegal immigration, to build a wall. We'll have an infrastructure bill. We'll invest in rebuilding our military as our Commander-in-Chief marshals strategies with our military commanders to hunt down and destroy ISIS. But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done, not just as a promise kept, but because in the course of this election, the American people had a choice. And what appeared to many as against all odds, oftentimes with overwhelming opposition, our president-elect took his case to the American people to repeal and replace Obamacare, and the American people voted decisively for a better future for health care in this country. And we are determined to give them that. The reality is that I was here in March of 2010 in another capacity when Obamacare was signed into law. I remember all those promises. We were told that if you like your doctor, you can keep it. Not true. We were told if you liked your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. We were told that the cost of health insurance was going to go down. Not true. The reality is today, premiums this year are increasing by an average of 25% in some states. In Arizona, premiums went up this year 116%, 63% in Tennessee, 53% in Pennsylvania, 40% in North Carolina. Obamacare has worked a hardship on American families, on American businesses, and in a very simple conclusion, the American people have sent new leadership here because Obamacare has failed, and it has been rejected by the American people. But now it's the time for us to keep our promises. Step one will be to repeal Obamacare. But as the President-elect said today, and I admonished members of the House Republican Conference today, it's important that they remind the American people of what they already know about Obamacare, that the promises that were made were all broken. I expect you'll see an effort in the days ahead to talk about the facts around Obamacare. And secondly, of course, is to begin that orderly transition to something better. The truth is that the commitment that the President-elect made was to repeal and replace Obamacare. And as he said this morning in a tweet, it will be important that we be careful as we do that we do that in a way that doesn't work a hardship on American families who've gained insurance through this program. It doesn't work a hardship on our economy. And as I told the House Republican Conference today, we're working on a strategy in concert with the leadership of the House and the Senate for both a legislative and executive action agenda to ensure that an orderly and smooth transition to a market-based health care reform system is achieved. The Speaker of the House used the word stable, and we will do that. In his famous speech in Philadelphia, the President-elect spoke about an orderly transition, and it will be that. But make no mistake about it. We're going to keep our promise to the American people, and we're going to repeal Obamacare and replace it with solutions that lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. Now, there's a broad range of ideas about how we do this, and Republicans have been offering those ideas again and again, literally every year since Obamacare was first signed into law. We're going to be working with Dr. Price, both before and after his confirmation when he steps into the role at HHS, working with the Republican leadership in the House and the Senate to bring forward those solutions and to take the case for those solutions to the American people. With that being said, I couldn't be more humbled and more excited to be back in the Capitol today. I was encouraged by the President-elect to come here to Capitol Hill. It's the first full day of work for members of Congress because it's time to get back to work. And while others are visiting the Capitol today talking about defending the failed policies of the past, we are here today speaking to Republican majorities in the House and Senate to advance policies that will make America great again and have a more prosperous future for all the people of this nation.
Questions?
Mr. Vice President.
Yep. Deirdre.
President, question
No
is for
shouting
Vice. The question is for Vice President-elect Pence, please.
No shouting.
Earlier today, the Speaker called Julian Assange a sycophant for Russia, steals data, and compromises national security. Yet President-elect Trump is citing Julian Assange as a source of intelligence. Where do you come down with the Speaker or with President-elect Trump?
The President-elect and I will receive a briefing from the leadership of our intelligence agencies this coming Friday, and we'll be listening in. But look, I think that the President-elect has expressed his very sincere and healthy American skepticism about intelligence conclusions. But we're going to sit down later this week. The President and I have been receiving, since the election, regular intelligence briefings. Received a presidential daily brief with the President yesterday, and we'll be looking at the facts and the information. But I think, given some of the intelligence failures of recent years, the President-elect's made it clear to the American people that he's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Is Assange a credible source?
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, the President-elect is warning you to be careful here. Is there a danger here? Why move forward with a repeal of Obamacare when you still don't have a clear plan to replace it?
The President-elect is making an important point that we're trying to emphasize right here today, and that is so much damage has already been done to the country. Obamacare is a story of broken promise after broken promise after broken promise, followed by failing program, higher premiums, higher deductibles. So we want to make sure that as we give relief to people through Obamacare, we do it in a transition that doesn't pull the rug out from anybody during that transition period. That's the point that we're all trying to make. This law has failed. It's getting worse. Families are hurting. No one has choices. We've got to fix this by replacing it with something better. And in that transition, we want to make sure we don't pull the rug out from anybody during that transition. That's the point we're all trying to make.
Why still no plan to replace it?
We have a plan to replace it. We have plenty of ideas to replace it, and you'll see as the weeks and months unfold what we're talking about replacing it. How we can get better choices with lower prices by not having a cost of government takeover of healthcare, which is causing all this problem in the first place. Sherman.
For the Vice President-elect, or both of you guys, I guess, we're talking about a transition that's going to happen relatively quickly if he's going to take action in the first day. Is it possible you extend some of these provisions, which the President-elect and you all have said are popular, for a temporary period of time? I mean, I think people want to know what this is going to look like, and not only us in the room, but I think people across the country want to know.
Well, Jake, I think I want to be very clear, and I would commend you and anyone looking on to look into. No, I was commending you to do something, not commending you.
Not yet, that's right.
That's nice. It's good to be back. It really is. I would commend all of your attention the President-elect's speech in Philadelphia during the waning weeks of the campaign, where he laid out a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. He laid out the principles of harnessing the power of health savings accounts, allowing Americans to purchase health insurance across state lines. But his commitment was very clear in that we will insist upon and implement, working with the Congress, but also using executive authority to ensure that that is an orderly transition. And we're working right now, the White House staff is, on a series of executive orders that will enable that orderly transition to take place, even as the Congress appropriately debates alternatives to and replacement of Obamacare.
It sounds like you're saying some of these provisions might stay in place until there's a new full plan.
Jake, we've been saying all along, we don't want to pull the rug out from people while we're replacing this law. The point is, in 2017, we don't want people to be caught with nothing. We want to make sure that there's an orderly transition so that the rug is not pulled out from under the families who are currently struggling under Obamacare while we bring relief. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker and President-elect Pence, on the ACA repeal and replace, can you give detail on the executive actions that are planned, and how does that square with the complex budgetary process that's also involved?
They're hand in glove. So we're working on the legislative process right now. As you know, the Senate's going to be acting first next week, then the Congress will follow, which gives us the budget resolution we need to bring the legislation through while the administration works on the executive orders that they're talking about to deliver the kind of transition relief that we've been talking about. The problem is, just remember, Obamacare has failed. Families are hurting. They broke the healthcare system. It's a string of broken promises. So we're going to make sure that we have an orderly transition to a better system so we can get back to what we all want, which is lower cost healthcare, more choices, so that families can actually get affordable healthcare at a decent price with more choices, more competition, and not a costly government takeover that has really bankrupt this healthcare system and left families struggling.
Specifics?
Just
Specifics?
If I can respond to that,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to. We're working out right now with the White House staff and in concert with legislative leadership a two-track approach to ensuring that it is an orderly transition as the President-elect has directed. You read his tweet this morning that he has admonished the Congress to be careful, and I reiterated that before the Republican conference today. Look, we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about families. But we are also talking about a policy that has been a failure virtually since its inception. And we intend to, over the course of the coming days and weeks, to be speaking directly to the American people about that failure, but about a better future we can have in healthcare, a future that is built not on growing government, not on mandates, not on taxes, but rather a future that's built on giving the American people more choices in healthcare, allowing the power of the free marketplace to flow in. But the transition to that, we will work out in a way that reflects the compassion of the President-elect and the compassion of every member of Congress to see to it that we do that in a way that serves the best interest of the American people. But look, I think what's clear here is the American people have spoken. They want to see us repeal and replace Obamacare. And today, my message to members of Congress is that we are going to be in the promise-keeping business. And the first order of business is to keep our promise to repeal Obamacare and replace it with the kind of health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
How do you prevent private insurance? How do you prevent private insurers from pulling out once you repeal?
House or Senate, Jim?
All right, folks, and as promised, let me get that Democrat response here for you. And we will play that out for you. And then a little bit later on the show, we're going to have a live White House press briefing. So be on the lookout for that as well.
Thank Senators Harrison, Sanders, and Klobuchar, Warren, Stabenow, Pat Murray, Baldwin, Van Hollen for coming. And again, the President articulated the importance of preserving the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and Medicaid as only he can. And it was an inspiring meeting for all of us. It was probably the last time the President will address the joint caucuses together. It was valuable to hear, of course, because the first big fight of this new Congress will be over health care. Republicans are plotting and soon will be executing a full-scale assault on the three pillars that support the American health care system: the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and Medicaid. The Republican plan to cut health care wouldn't make America great again, it would make America sick again and lead to chaos instead of affordable care. Republicans would create chaos in the health care system because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have no idea what to put in place of the Affordable Care Act. For years, they've talked about repeal, but for 5 years now, they have had nothing to put in its place. It all starts with the ACA. As we all know, the ACA is a delicate balance. President-elect Trump even expressed support for the three most popular parts of the law: pre-existing conditions, allowing young people to stay on their parents' insurance until age 26, equal treatment for women. But Republicans will soon learn that you can't keep the good parts of the ACA and remove the rest of the law and still have it work. And that's what they're struggling with, and that's why they're not getting anywhere. What they would do would throw the entire insurance marketplace into chaos. Plain repeal. It would increase costs for all Americans at all income levels. It would blow $1 trillion hole in the deficit. And now I see the president-elect was tweeting again this morning. He said Republicans shouldn't let the Schumer clowns out of his web. Well, I think Republicans should stop clowning around with the people's Medicare, Medicaid, and health care. The Republicans are stuck. For years, they've promised every conservative group in America that they'll repeal the ACA, quote, root and branch. Until today, they could make those extreme promises without suffering any consequences, because they knew Democrats or President Obama would ultimately block any rollbacks in ACA. But now Republicans in Congress are, again, like the dog who caught the bus. They can't keep all the things that Americans like about the ACA and get rid of the rest without throwing the entire health care system, not just those on ACA, but those with private insurance, into chaos. One of the things they'll hurt the most is rural hospitals right in their heartlands. The minute they enact this repeal, are going to suffer dramatically. In 11 state capitals, many in red states today, rural hospitals are protesting the Republican action. So, we're here today to warn the American people that the Republican plan to cut Medicare, Medicaid, repeal the ACA, will make America sick again. Instead of working to further ensure affordable care for all Americans, they seek to rip health care away from millions of Americans, creating chaos in our entire economy. Now, as my colleagues will outline shortly, the Republican plan would kick millions off coverage, whether it be Medicare, Medicaid, or the Affordable Care Act. It would cause premiums of many people to skyrocket. The 75 million who are covered by private insurance, their premiums will go up too. It would harm hospitals in rural areas, and it would put insurance companies back in charge. We stand here united. We are a united caucus. We are two united caucuses, and we're united in our opposition to these Republican attempts to make America sick again. And now I want to turn over the podium to Leader Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Leader Schumer. I associate myself with your remarks. You covered a lot of territory there. I, too, want to join you in commending the President for his presentation this morning to us. It was one of confidence. It was one of values. That the Affordable Care Act was transformative in terms of what it meant in the lives of the American people, and that health care in our country is a right, not a privilege. If there had been no other reason for us to pass the Affordable Care Act, one compelling reason was cost. The cost to the individual, to families, to businesses, small and corporate, and to the public sector was totally unsustainable. So we had three goals. One was to lower cost, other to improve benefits, and third, to increase access. In all three of those arenas, the Affordable Care Act has been a big success. When we talk about rolling back the Affordable Care Act, we're also having an impact on Medicare. The Affordable Care Act prolonged the life, extended the solvency of Medicare. It had expanded Medicaid. This is very important to America's families. A former speaker once said all politics is local. Well, in this case, all politics is personal. So when Leader Schumer talks about the 75% of the people who get their benefits in the workplace, and that is so, they are affected by the Affordable Care Act in that the cost of increase in premiums is the lowest it has been in the 50-some years that they have been tracking that. So it has contained cost. It has increased the benefit package And as the leader said, in terms of no discrimination in terms of pre-existing condition, no lifetime limits, no annual limits, and staying your parents' premium, being a woman is no longer a pre-existing condition. So the package is better. The rate of growth of cost decreased. And the fact of many more people being insured by the 20 million people who are now insured who did not have access before. The most privileged person in America has better health because if everyone has health, everyone is in the loop. Now, the Republicans say repeal and replace. The only thing that has going for it is alliteration. They have no replacement plan. They have no replacement plan because they can't agree. They don't have the votes for a replacement plan. So to repeal and then delay is an act of cowardice. That means we don't really know what we're doing. And it recognizes that the consequences to them of just straight out repeal without some replacement. So we have a values debate.
All right, folks, we're going to go live White House press briefing right now.
But rooted in the tangible positive difference that their efforts have made in the lives of millions of Americans in communities large and small across the country. And that work, much of that work would not have been possible had the president not been able to work effectively with Democrats in Congress to get so much of that done, given the unreasonable and unprecedented obstruction that was erected by congressional Republicans. The president continued saying that that should fuel their efforts moving forward. That even though Democrats in Congress will not have the kind of cooperative partner that they've enjoyed for the last 8 years in the White House, they still have a set of values and priorities that are worth fighting for. And the good news is that those are values and priorities that most Americans agree with and strongly support. Those are values and priorities that lead to policies that make people's lives better and make our country stronger. And the president expressed his, the word that he used was envy, for the opportunity that they have to keep up that fight. And the president expressed his confidence in their ability not just to wage those fights with passion, but he expressed confidence in their ability to succeed. Again, both because the majority of the American people agree with them, whether it's investing in the kinds of policies that expand economic opportunity for middle-class families, whether it is expanding access to health care for every American, making it not just a privilege but a right, making sure that there are consumer protections in place so that every American can't be discriminated against because they have a pre-existing condition and they can't be subject to lifetime caps that allow them to no longer benefit from insurance coverage if they or someone in their family gets sick. These are the kinds of values and priorities that Democrats have long fought for, and these are the values and priorities that most Americans agree with. So that was essentially the president's opening statement, and then he took questions from a substantial number of House and Senate Democrats, and most of the questions centered on the proximate
All right, folks, let me try to get that shot back for us.
values and priorities that most Americans agree with. So that was essentially the president's opening statement, and then he took questions from a substantial number of House and Senate Democrats, and most of the questions centered on the proximate fight on Capitol Hill, which is the Republican attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act. But the president had an opportunity to touch on some other areas as well. And it was the president really enjoyed the opportunity to go up there and was warmly received, which he has been every time by Democrats on Capitol Hill, even when he's gone up there to address differences that they have. But I got to tell you, in this case, the president has gone to, in the past, and you all have covered times when the president has traveled to Capitol Hill to try to bridge differences with Democrats on Capitol Hill. That was not the case this time. This time, the president was there to affirm his support for the agenda that Democrats in Congress are fighting for. And that unanimity will be a source of strength for Democrats in the years ahead. And the president encouraged them to draw on it as they continue to fight for the values that they've been fighting for not just the last 8 years, but for most of the people in that room, that they've been fighting for their entire career in public service.
You mentioned other areas. Were there what other issues did they talk about besides healthcare?
There were a range of legislative issues, I think, that you would expect: criminal justice reform, immigration reform, infrastructure. Some of the other issues that Democrats are likely to be working on over the next couple of years.
To go back to the question of what he wants Democrats to do when it comes to health care, once the law is repealed, would he like Democrats to negotiate with Republicans to come up with a replacement, or would he like them to refuse to negotiate and just leave Republicans to be the ones to come up with a replacement on their own, since they didn't vote for it in the first place and they're the ones that are anxious to repeal it?
Yeah. Well, let me start out by answering your question by making a little news and saying that I agree with Congressman Rand Paul, or Senator Rand Paul. I just gave him a demotion. Senator Rand Paul on something. Senator Rand Paul wrote an op-ed in which he indicated that the people who repeal the Affordable Care Act are going to assume the blame for the chaos that ensues. That's true. And that's not a direct quote from his op-ed, but I think that is a faithful representation of what he wrote. And I do think that's an illustration of something you've heard the president talk about quite a bit since November 9th, which is that there's a difference between delivering a poll-tested, soundbite packaged promise on the campaign trail and actually delivering on that promise once you assume the responsibility to govern the greatest country in the world. And there is no better example than the Republicans who, and I'm not just talking about the president-elect here, I'm talking about Republicans in states all across the country who have spent years excoriating the Affordable Care Act and vowing to do everything that they possibly can to repeal it. The time has now come for them to consider how they're going to make good on that promise. Republicans are in charge of the House of Representatives. Republicans are in charge of the United States Senate. And starting on January 20th, Republicans will be in charge of the White House. And they're going to have to decide how they make good on that promise to repeal and replace. The challenge is that there are a lot of people in the great state, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who are strong supporters of Senator Rand Paul, whose livelihood, and in some cases life, depends on the health care they receive from Obamacare, whether that's expanded Medicaid or insurance that they purchased in the marketplace run by the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So you can understand why Rand Paul would have some anxiety about this plan and about this strategy that's put forward by Republicans. And the anxiety is palpable. One of the most articulate Republicans on Capitol Hill is the Speaker of the House. And he did a news conference today where he was unable to explain why Republicans have not put forward their replacement plan. He's a smart guy. He spent years thinking about this. He's smart when it comes to politics. He's smart when it comes to policy. We've got profound differences, and he's got a different point of view, but there's nobody that questions his intellect. And even he can't articulate exactly why they aren't putting forward a replacement plan. That does not bode well for Republicans making good on this promise, but we'll see. One other reason, and this is something that the president did discuss with Democrats on Capitol Hill, and one of the reasons that this is particularly hard for Republicans, including Republicans who represent states like West Virginia and Kentucky, Tennessee, not typically states that you consider as bastions of Obama supporters, but these are states that have many communities that have been ravaged by the opioid epidemic. Expanded Medicaid and health insurance that people purchase through Obamacare marketplaces offers support and service and treatment to people who are being ravaged, or to people who are addicted to opioids and are trying to beat that addiction. And we know that this is an issue that Republicans care about. Republicans at the end of last year were bragging about a piece of government spending that they had passed to increase support for treatment for people who are fighting opioid addiction. The worst way to fight the opioid crisis is to strip away health care from millions of Americans who rely on it. A similar argument could be made about cancer research. That was also included in the package that Republicans were bragging about passing at the end of last year. What good is it to invest billions of dollars in cancer research if you're going to prevent millions of Americans from being able to get a checkup once a year? We don't need to do a bunch of intensive academic research in cancer to understand what kinds of screenings are important and how important those screenings are, particularly for people of a certain age, a certain demographic, and a certain medical condition. So these are the kinds of complexities that Republicans are now responsible for, because they're responsible for governing a country of 300 million people. And so to go back to your more direct question, and I think this is the other element of the answer that the president offered to Democrats, is something that you've heard him say before, in fact, since the day that he signed the Affordable Care Act into law, which is the president believes that the country would benefit from Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill actually having a conversation about ideas for strengthening and improving the Affordable Care Act. The president has never made the argument that the Affordable Care Act is perfect. It's done a whole lot of good for people. It's saved lives. But it could be improved. But that's never the offer that Republicans have put forward. Democrats have put it forward. The president himself has put forward ideas for how to strengthen and improve the program. But there's never been a willingness on the part of Republicans to do that. If Republicans change their tune, recognizing these complexities, and say, all right, Democrats, we acknowledge that tearing this thing down is not going to be good for the country and is a little more politically complicated than we anticipated. But you guys got to admit there are some things that we can do to improve this proposal. That's a conversation of an entirely different color. And that is a conversation that the president encouraged Democrats to consider engaging Republicans on. But that would require a different approach on the part of Republicans. But it's an approach, a change in approach that President Obama would welcome. You'd have to talk to Democrats on Capitol Hill what their reaction to that would be. I suspect they would say it depends. But I think even if they say it depends, that does indicate that they're open to it. Okay, Aisha.
You talked about the going back to the healthcare meeting. You talked about the importance of Democrats sticking together. At least one Democrat, Senator Joe Manchin, didn't attend the meeting. He felt like, although he also criticized Vice President-elect Pence for having his meeting, but he did say that to have President Obama come, that it was kind of like a poison pill, that it's going to hurt bipartisanship. I mean, at this point, is there any consideration that having the president come out so forcefully saying the Democrats need to do this or do that regarding health care, that it does make this a more partisan issue. And then also, when you're talking about strategies, if the Republicans are unwilling to work with the Democrats, what exactly does the president envision them doing? Should they take some of the Republican tactics and begin, I don't know if it would be possible, like shutting down government or doing things like that to get these issues, to stop the repeal of Obamacare? Like, what specifically can they do if the Republicans don't want to work with them?
Aisha, I think a presidential critic would have to engage in remarkable rhetorical contortions to try to make the case that the president is the one who has made health care a partisan issue. When you consider that the president hosted a meeting at the Blair House with Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress trying to get them to come together around some basic principles of health care reform, when you consider that the essence of the Affordable Care Act was cooked up by the Heritage Foundation and implemented successfully by a Republican governor in Massachusetts who, oh, by the way, happened to be the Republican nominee for president in 2012. That's been the approach that the president has taken. Republicans have voted 50 times strictly along party lines to try to repeal the bill. So I think it's hard for anybody to suggest, seriously at least, that somehow the president has made this a partisan issue. In fact, I just indicated the president's continuing, not just willingness, but desire to see Democrats and Republicans come together around some ideas to strengthen the bill. With regard to Democratic unity, I can't speak to Senator Manchin's schedule, but I've heard him speak about why repealing Obamacare would be a terrible idea for hundreds of thousands of people in the state that he represents in the United States Senate. He agrees with the president and the Democrats in Congress, and is showing the same kind of concern that even people like Rand Paul are showing about the impact of repealing the bill. Again, you'll have to ask. I guess I would say it this way. I would welcome the standard of Democratic unity being whether or not Senator Manchin agrees about the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. I think that he would say what the president has said, which is that it can be improved. Democrats and Republicans should work together to improve it, but the idea of repealing it would be bad for the state and would have bad consequences for people all across the country.
And when it comes to specific strategies, like would the president support Democrats kind of, shutting things down, or like what type of specific strategies could they take on if the Republicans don't want to work with them?
Look, the president acknowledged in his meeting with the legislators that he's not the one who is the expert in legislative mechanics. So he didn't have any specific tactical advice for Democrats up there, but the president believes that these are principles that are worth fighting for, that health care is not a privilege. Access to quality, affordable health care is not a privilege, it's a right. That the policies that limit the growth in health care costs for workers, for families, for business owners, and for the United States government is a good thing and something that should be protected. That people shouldn't be discriminated against because they have pre-existing conditions. That women shouldn't be charged more by their insurance company just because they're women. People shouldn't have to worry about having to declare bankruptcy just because somebody in their family gets sick. Those are principles that are worth fighting for. And there are a lot of nodding heads when the president made that point. Okay. Michelle.
When you were asked about should Democrats work with Republicans, and you mentioned, it would require a different tactic. So are you saying that if the tactic remains repeal, then Democrats should not work on negotiating there?
Repealing the Affordable Care Act would have devastating consequences for people all across the country. And it's not something that Democrats support, nor should they. And we're seeing that a lot of Republicans are queasy about supporting it. And they should be. Because of the obvious, tangible, direct consequences that will have on the lives of millions of people across the country. 22 million people are going to lose their health insurance if the Affordable Care Act is repealed. It's going to rip a hole in the deficit in the federal budget, and the deficit will go up if the Affordable Care Act is repealed. That's not just my conclusion. You can ask the CBO about that. The implementation of the Affordable Care Act strengthened the Medicare Trust Fund and extended the life of the trust fund by 11 years. Repealing the Affordable Care Act would roll back that progress. And we've seen since the Affordable Care Act went into effect the slowest growth in healthcare costs in our nation's history. If Republicans want to go back to a day in which healthcare costs for everybody are skyrocketing, they can do that, but that's going to be bad for the economy and will create the kind of chaos that the American people will hold them accountable for.
So you talked about Democrats, they'd be willing to work with Republicans to improve Obamacare, but only if it's not repealed. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Repealing the Affordable Care Act is not an improvement. Looking for ways to design an increase in subsidies so that working families can get even more affordable access to health care that's available for purchase in the marketplace, the president thinks that's a pretty good idea. And that is, subsidies is another word for tax cuts. Ordinarily, you'd think that'd be something that Republicans would be able to support, and not just able to support, enthused about supporting. But that's not the reaction that we've seen from them. That's just one idea that the president's put forward, but it's the kind of idea that's rooted in trying to find compromise that the president's been committed to since the day that he signed the Affordable Care Act into law.
Okay, you talked about Republican promises to repeal it. Now they're going to be, they're going to have to be accountable for what comes next. But today, Steve Scalise said that, the president himself made promises that if you like your health care, you can keep it, and that he should actually be apologizing. What's your response to that?
My response is simply that the president's record on the Affordable Care Act speaks for itself. And, when the president-elect put forward his nominee to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Congressman Tom Price, I predicted that at some point in his tenure as the Secretary of Health and Human Services, he'll stand at this podium and be putting forward a plan that he believes is the right one for the country. And I said at the time that it should be measured against the progress that President Obama has made in reforming our healthcare system. And I feel strongly about that. And whether that's expanding access for health care so that 20 million Americans have access to health care, reducing the uninsured rate in this country to all-time lows, limiting the growth in health care costs, preventing people from being discriminated against because they have a pre-existing condition, preventing people from having to declare bankruptcy because somebody in their family gets sick, preventing women from being charged more for their health insurance by their insurance company just because they get sick, extending the life of the Medicare Trust Fund, reducing the deficit by $3 trillion over 20 years. That's the standard that President Obama has set. That is the way that the American people can and should judge the president's record when it comes to health care reform. And it's a record that the president's enormously proud of, not just because of the politics, but because of the impact that it's had on the lives of millions of people all across the country. That's what he came into office promising to do. That's what he campaigned on 9 years ago in 2008 when he was crisscrossing the country, was taking on the kinds of tough challenges that Washington had been ignoring for too long. And Democratic and Republican presidents for 100 years had tried, or at least considered trying, to take on the notion of health care reform. President Obama took it on and succeeded in getting it done, and he's enormously proud of that.
He apparently did talk about some tactics, at least generally, saying that Democrats should adopt some of the things that the Tea Party did in opposing Obamacare, and they should go out to town halls and things like that. Can you expand on that? I mean, what do you think that would accomplish? And does the president intend to keep working on this even after he leaves office?
The president was making the point that Democrats need to place a priority on telling the story of people who benefited from the law. And there are lots of those stories to tell. Not just the 20 million Americans who got health insurance because of the Affordable Care Act that didn't have it before, but the millions more Americans who are not being discriminated against because they have a pre-existing condition, who are able to keep their child on their health insurance until age 26, who are not being charged more from their insurance company just because they're a woman. These are the kinds of stories that we can tell. Certainly the expansion of Medicaid has saved countless lives across the country. And the president does believe that it would be an effective tactic as this debate is waged inside the halls of Congress to communicate with the American public about the stakes of this debate. And the president feels strongly that this is a debate that Democrats can win because of the impact that that repealing the law, as Republicans are vowing to do, would have on the lives of people in communities all across the country. And that is something that shouldn't just steel the spine of Democratic members of Congress. It's going to as I think is evident from Senator Paul's op-ed, it's going to leave a lot of Republicans quite uneasy.
So we're going to keep hearing from President Obama on this after he leaves?
Look, the president has been clear about his post-White House plans. He's going to take a vacation, and he expects to be in a position that he can observe and follow the tradition that previous presidents have shown, which is the country deserves an incoming president with an opportunity to go and lead the country in the direction that he believes is right. But this is a debate that will continue, and the president also feels strongly that he's been on the national stage for more than 8 years, if you consider his national campaign to win the Oval Office. It's time for some fresh blood. It's time for the next generation of Democrats and even some Republicans who share his values to speak up and speak out. It's time for them to get the spotlight. It's time for them to have an opportunity to make that argument. The president believes that's important for the country. It also ends up being important for the Democratic Party in terms of making sure that the next generation of Democrats is ready to take up the mantle. Okay? Jordan.
I just want to follow up on that because Congressman Cummings told a group of reporters after the meeting that the president made it, quote, very clear that as a citizen he's going to lend his voice to this fight. So that seems to contradict a little bit what you said. So where's the gulf there, and does he in some way plan to speak out about this healthcare issue after he leaves office?
Look, the president made clear his solidarity with congressional Democrats. And there's no doubt about that among anybody in the room. But yes, being a citizen is different than being the President of the United States or being an elected member of Congress. And being a former president does necessarily give you a larger platform, but the president is hopeful that he'll be able to observe the kinds of standards that previous presidents have in giving the next president the opportunity to succeed. And but look, the president's been pretty blunt about his approach here. He's talked a lot, even while in office, about how important the office of citizen is. Both in terms of educating yourself about the issues and engaging in the democratic process. The president will certainly do that, and I think the president will be interested in supporting Democrats in Congress. He stands with them in solidarity. But there's some limits to what former presidents typically do once they leave office. Okay, Juliana.
Thanks. But just to clarify that, I mean, it sounds like on the one hand you're saying he's resigned to sitting on the sidelines and watching Republicans dismantle the Affordable Care Act, and at the same time, there's the community organizer in him that would be, trying to lend a hand to the efforts to salvage elements of the law. So where does that exactly leave him?
Yeah. Well, listen, resigned is not at all the word that I would use. I think it was evident from the Democrats in the room that the president feels quite passionate about all of these issues. And the president is confident that the kind of argument that Democrats can put forward is a winning one. So the president continues to be very confident, particularly on this issue of the Affordable Care Act, in the ability of Democrats to make the kind of argument that's going to resonate deeply with the American people. And there's already some evidence that that Republicans are uneasy about this. Both as you know, and so the two pieces of evidence that I've cited today are the op-ed from Senator Paul and the inability of one of the most articulate Republicans on Capitol Hill to explain why Republicans don't have their own replacement plan to put forward, even though he's the guy who's responsible for putting that plan forward. So I think that is an indication that that Republicans are already starting to reckon with the challenge of keeping this promise. So at the same time, the president acknowledges that he's leaving the national stage. That's what the Constitution requires. That's certainly consistent with his wife's preferences. And it's going to be time for somebody else to pick up the mantle. Does that mean that the president's any less committed to these issues than he was before? Of course not. But it does mean that the president expects to be in a position that he can observe the kinds of customs and courtesy, frankly, that was afforded to him by his predecessor. Now, the president's also been clear, and the president did discuss this in the meeting as well, that he's hopeful that this won't happen. But if there are basic, fundamental American values that are undermined by a specific policy proposal, then he may feel the need to speak out. But it is his hope, and I would say even his expectation, that that's not something that he will have to do. And I think the other thing I want to point out here, and I think this is relevant to the entire context, what I'm trying to lay out and describe to you is the president's plans for the first year or two that he's out of office. President Obama is obviously leaving this office at a young age. He's just 55, and I think that he still has a lot of ambition and a lot more that he would like to do. Most of it, he hopes he will be able to do behind the scenes, in terms of continuing to stay true to his roots as a community organizer, and motivating and inspiring and even offering training to people who feel called in a similar direction. He wants to make sure that public servants or people who aspire to public office are people who can get trained in the fundamentals of community organizing. He wants to make sure that that young people around the world are exposed to the kinds of values and principles and norms and customs and traditions of the United States when it comes to democracy and citizen engagement and respect for all people and even entrepreneurship. These are things the president's talked about as president, something that he hopes to continue in his post-presidency. So I don't want to leave you the impression that that there's still not a lot of important work for former President Obama to be engaged in. There is. He recognizes that, and he's got a long to-do list. But that is different than being engaged in the same back and forth that that he's responsible for engaging in as president.
So you're saying he has not closed the door to, let's say over the next 6 months to a year, if he sees, the direction of the Affordable Care Act or whatever it would be replaced with moving in a way that he is not comfortable with, that you said he feels like it doesn't hold up to certain American values, that he would lend his voice in some way or another to that debate.
Look, I think the president's hope and expectation is that he will be able to allow others to take up this mantle with his strong support to carry this fight and to do so publicly and engage in the back and forth. And that's the expectation that he has, and that's what he intends to pursue. And I think that is the best description of his plans. And yes, I acknowledge that stops short of entirely ruling out any sort of contingency that may prompt him to speak out publicly. And I'm being intentional about that. But I want to be clear that the president does not envision routine, regular engagement in these issues publicly. That's the responsibility of of Democrats in Congress. It's the responsibility of the next generation of Democrats. And look, it's a remarkable opportunity. So I go back to the way that the president began his remarks to Democrats today. They're on the playing field, fighting for the issues and priorities and values that this party and this country has long stood for. And there's nobility in that. And he admires those who are willing to do it. He is extraordinarily proud of the way that they are choosing to fight for those values and those priorities, and he will stand with them as they do it. But ultimately, it's a fight that they will lead. Okay, Ron.
Specifically, the Republicans talk about soaring premiums, triple-digit increases in places, and high deductibles that make the policies, in some cases, somewhat useless because of these costs. Now, I think your argument has been that subsidies and tax credits sort of eliminate that argument. What's the truth here as far as you're concerned? Because, again, there have been premium increases.
Yep.
There are high deductibles. And the other thing they argue about is choice being limited. So what are your numbers about premiums and deductibles specifically?
Yeah. Well, obviously, this is the kind of debate that we welcome, and one that I think leaves Republicans uneasy because, and let me explain to you why. When we're talking about premium increases, it's important to note that the vast majority of Americans get their health insurance through their employer.
Right.
And premium increases for just 3.4%. And that's okay. I've got the numbers in front of me. I've got an advantage. But so it's important that the vast majority of Americans have benefited from the law because we know that the Affordable Care Act has had a positive impact in keeping the growth in those health care costs low for the vast majority of Americans. So there is a smaller group of Americans that doesn't get health insurance through their employer. And before the Affordable Care Act went into effect, these were people who didn't have access to health care, or the only health care they had access to was health care that was riddled with loopholes that didn't actually provide the kind of protection that the insurance companies promised. So what the Affordable Care Act did was it essentially established a marketplace and said this is the benchmark for policies that can be sold publicly. So people had access to quality health care. Now the question is, you've got that benchmark, and so there's quality health care that's available for people who don't get health insurance to their employer. How do we make it affordable? And the way that we make it affordable through the Affordable Care Act, the aptly named Affordable Care Act, is that more than 70% of the people who go shopping at that marketplace of quality plans will get assistance, subsidies from the federal government that will allow them to purchase those plans for less than $100 a month. That's a good deal. That's about the cost of a cell phone. It's not free, but it's a good deal, and it does give them access to health care that they didn't previously have. The question is, for the 3 in 10 or less than 3 in 10 Americans who don't get health insurance through their employer, so this is a minority of the minority, there has been a lot of volatility in some markets with health insurance. And so the question is, what do we do for those people? The president has put forward some ideas. One of the ideas that he's put forward is to expand subsidies and make it easier for more people to get access to subsidies or higher subsidies so that more people can get access to that affordable health insurance. Another idea that the president's put forward is...
That essentially raises the numbers, raises the government costs, does it not?
It potentially could, but we'd be happy to...
And that's the argument against this, that it's more government involvement, that it costs more.
More government involvement only to the extent that it is providing tax credits to Americans to make it easier for them to choose which health insurance they would like to buy. So I don't buy the argument that it is more government involvement. I do understand the argument that it is more government spending. But it's a paltry increase when you consider that over the next 2 decades, the Affordable Care Act is going to reduce the deficit by $3 trillion. So the increase in subsidies and the cost of doing so is a drop in the bucket when you consider the long-term deficit decrease associated with the Affordable Care Act.
So why, if you take yourself away from this for a minute,
Yeah.
not too far away, but
Sometimes I'd like to.
You will soon, right? Get, what? And you just said something about how the president feels very confident that they have an argument that will resonate with the American people. It didn't in the election, clearly, and you would say that this was in many ways the defining and animating issue for the Republicans. Repeal. Is this why? How does the president explain that?
Yes.
This
because there's a difference. There's a difference between campaigning and governing.
No, I get that.
Right? So it is easy to go and stand on the campaign trail and make a bunch of promises about repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. It's another thing altogether to come into office and be responsible for the 22 million people who lose health insurance if you do that.
So you're saying this is just a failure of messaging. This is the Democrats and the president's perhaps failure to show up every place, as he says, and go to Iowa 100 times and all. I mean, is that because? You still argue on the merits. You think if you look at the numbers, that this argument about premium increases and deductible increases, it's just not there. It's not true.
I think the argument is simply that Republicans are the ones who now bear the burden of explaining how the American people are going to benefit from their ideas. And yes, Democrats have shown how difficult that is. But we've been willing to pay that political price to make a difference in the lives of millions of Americans across the country. And we've got a good argument to make because we're right on the merits. So not only does the complexity make it harder for Republicans to actually explain what impact their policies would have, there's also the rather inconvenient fact that the Republican ideas are actually bad for people. They're bad for the economy. They're bad for small businesses who are trying to pay for insurance for their employees. They're bad for people who have to purchase their insurance through the market. They're bad for people who have to purchase their insurance or get their insurance through their employer. They're bad for the U.S. government that will see the deficit skyrocket if Republicans follow through on their plan to replace the Affordable Care Act. So as complicated as it's been for Democrats to make a compelling case about the positive impact of our plan, it's going to be even more complicated for Republicans, not just because they have to delve into the complexity, but because they have bad ideas. And trying to convince people in the space of that complexity that their bad ideas are actually good is going to make it even harder for them. And when you consider how wrapped around the axle they are on day one of the new Congress, I think that would explain some of the president's confidence. Okay. Stephen.
Well, Josh, since you've been at the podium, the Senate has passed the budget resolution. Senator Paul voted against it. But there were 51 votes, and a year ago...
Boy, that is a pretty narrow margin, isn't it?
So what do you make of that?
Yeah. Well, I make it that as, first of all, the bill that they passed today, this suggestion that to instruct Congress, you know the lingo better than I do, I haven't worked on Capitol Hill, but essentially this is the first step in that process. The actual vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act is one that's coming, and I anticipate a vigorous debate between now and then, particularly when you consider that when some of my colleagues here in the White House have a little more experience working on Senate campaigns than I do. But it sounds like 51 Republican senators may have cast the deciding vote to take away health care from 22 million Americans. They may have cast the deciding vote to blow a hole in the deficit. They may have cast the deciding vote to shorten the lifespan of Medicare and to weaken it by a decade or more. They may have cast the deciding vote to take away protections that prevent people from being discriminated against because they have pre-existing conditions. You see where I'm going here. And Senator Rand Paul looks like he's eager to avoid being on the receiving end of those critiques. And he's not a particularly vulnerable incumbent, at least yet. We'll see. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. Jennifer, nice to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the White House.
So Julian Assange from WikiLeaks, what's the administration's current assessment on him? Should he be considered as credible, or should he be considered a criminal or a fugitive? What's the assessment?
The assessment I think that I can share is the assessment that was put forward by the intelligence community, all 17 agencies of the intelligence community, on October 7th, 2016. And it said in part this, I'm just going to directly quote from them. The recent disclosures of alleged hacked emails on sites like DCleaks.com and WikiLeaks and by the Guccifer 2.0 online persona are consistent with the methods and motivations of Russian-directed efforts. Mr. Assange, of course, is famously in charge of WikiLeaks. So I think that's a pretty definitive statement from the 17 different agencies of the United States government that deal in intelligence. And this is an assessment that they put out back in October before the election. Okay. Well,
thank you, Josh. I wanted to ask you a question, basically follow up on the retweet done by the U.S. Ambassador to India, Rich Verma. In the retweet, he has tweeted a 2.5 minutes video of 3 elementary school students in Mumbai, in which the 3 students are offering a job of a class teacher to President Obama after he retires on January 20th. Has the president seen it? Is he planning to take up that offer?
well, I have to admit I have not seen the retweet, but let me, why don't we take a look at it and we'll get back to you with an answer, okay?
On more serious note, when President hands over his Bannon to Trump on January 28th, what are the things he would like Mr. Trump to do when he becomes the president on the front of India-US relationship?
Well, the president has, President Obama has invested deeply in strengthening the relationship between the United States and the world's largest democracy in India. And the president believes that there are profound national security, diplomatic, and economic benefits for strengthening those ties. So I haven't heard the incoming president articulate what ideas he has for the relationship between the United States and India, but President Obama has certainly found that relationship one that's worth investing in, and he certainly is optimistic about the ability to strengthen the United States economically and to enhance our influence around the globe by strengthening our relationship with India. Okay? Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. I may have following the Senate vote there.
Yeah.
On the Donald Trump tweet about the delay in the intel briefing until Friday, is that an accurate description of
It's
how
not.
Can you sort of explain that process and I don't know if you can explain why he said what he said?
Yeah. I can't. Unfortunately, that's not my job.
Right.
What I can tell you is that the intelligence community has been working at the direction of the president to put together a report that reflects their consensus view about malicious cyber activity in the context of the 2016, 2012, and 2008 presidential elections. This is it was only a month or so ago that the president directed the intelligence community to work on this report, and he asked them to produce this report before he leaves office on January 20th. I can tell you that the intelligence community will make good on meeting that deadline with some time to spare. And based on what I've been told by the intelligence community, they have not encountered any delays in producing that report. One of the other notable things is that the president didn't just, in addition to directing them to compile the report, the president directed the intelligence community to both brief the contents of the report to relevant members of Congress on Capitol Hill and to the president-elect and his team to make sure that they understood exactly how serious this is. So that's something that the president directed the intelligence community to do, and I'm confident they'll make good on that promise as well. I think the real question that looms is a question that's been raised by some of the public comments or tweets from the president-elect, which is just simply, who are you going to believe? On one hand, you've got the Russians and the aforementioned Mr. Assange. On the other side, you've got the 17 intelligence agencies of the United States government, outside cyber experts that have taken a look at this situation. You've got Democrats on Capitol Hill. You've got Republicans on Capitol Hill. And at least one advisor to Mr. Trump expressing concern about Russia's malicious activity in cyberspace in the context of the election. So there's a pretty stark line that's been drawn, and the president-elect will have to determine who he's going to believe. And the decision that he makes about that, I think, will have long-term consequences for the way he chooses to govern the country.
How confident are you that that report will make its way to the hands of lawmakers before the end of this week?
I don't have a time frame to set on it, but I can tell you, I can confirm that the intelligence community will meet their deadline of January 20th with ample time to spare.
Is it fair to say that the president's trip to the Hill today was also in part to preserve and protect his legacy? Not just the Affordable Care Act, but also encourage Democrats to fight for the many pieces of legislation, executive orders, to really uphold his vision and their vision, presumably, moving forward. Is it fair to characterize his trip to the Hill in that way?
I think the way that I would characterize the president's trip to the Hill is it was an opportunity to say thank you to Democrats in Congress who have been fighting shoulder to shoulder with him to move the country in a direction that's more fair, that's more just, that's more prosperous, and that's more safe. And over the last 8 years, they've made remarkable progress in doing that. And the president has spoken on many occasions about how much of that progress would not have been possible without the tenacity and courage and passion and commitment of Democrats in Congress. And so he wanted to say thank you, not just in terms of how appreciative he is for their cooperation and their collegiality, but also to thank them on behalf of the country for the progress that we've made. But he also went up there to encourage them and to motivate them and to inspire them that even as he leaves, and even as somebody who is not committed to working with Democrats on Capitol Hill enters the White House, that Democrats have a set of values and an agenda that's worth fighting for. And Democrats have the benefit, the advantage of being strongly unified around that agenda and around those values. And that will serve them very well because Republicans aren't. Republicans on Capitol Hill aren't unified. And they don't appear to be particularly unified when it comes to a bunch of priorities that are being cited by the incoming president-elect, including on the issue of Russia's malicious cyber activity and their interference in our democracy. So that is an advantage that Democrats have. It is an advantage from which they should draw strength. And it is an advantage that I think will serve them very well in the years ahead as they do fight for a set of priorities that President Obama has been trying to advance over the last 8 years.
Given that, last question, is it then fair to say that he is not concerned at all about his legacy, about a dramatic change happening here in Washington once he leaves office? Or would you take the opposite view that he is concerned about a great many of the ideas that he had will be, frankly, undone?
I think the president is concerned about the impact that Republicans would have if they make good on their promises to dismantle so much of the progress that we've made over the last 8 years. And his concern is rooted in the fact that millions of Americans have access to health care because of what President Obama and Democrats in Congress were able to achieve with the Affordable Care Act. Rolling that back is going to have a negative impact on the lives of those 22 million Americans, but that's what Republicans are promising to do. Democrats in Congress and the administration worked effectively together to implement the Wall Street reform legislation that has made sure that taxpayers will no longer be on the hook for bailing out big banks who make risky bets that go bad. And they implemented that in a way that the economy still thrived. The stock market more than doubled since that bill was signed into law. And the president is pleased with that progress and is concerned about the impact that it would have on our economy if Republicans roll all that back. The same is true when it comes to a range of national security issues. The same is true when it comes to investments in clean energy. The same is true when it comes to investments in education. So that's what the president's concern is. And the truth is, the only people who Well, I'd say it this way. The people who are in by far the best position to prevent that from happening are congressional Democrats who are unified around the idea that those things are worth fighting for. And the president's confident that they will, and the president's confident that they're going to have some success in doing it. Okay. John.
I wanted to follow up on one exchange you had with Michelle a little earlier.
Okay.
You said that after the president's been on the national stage for 8 years that, quote, it's time for fresh blood. I take it you were, referencing congressional Democrats, but does the president have satisfaction in the current ranks of the Democratic leadership, given that there really hasn't been much fresh blood there? And you see Charles Schumer moving up to majority leader in the Senate, but he was already a senior Democrat in the Senate, and the House Democratic leadership looks the same, at least at its highest levels.
Yeah. The reference that I was making there was certainly to congressional Democrats, but not just to congressional Democrats. There's an opportunity for mayors and governors and other people who aspire to elective office to make their voices heard. It's not just people who are in elective office who have a responsibility to speak out on the most important issues facing the country. Citizens have that same kind of responsibility. And the president does believe that that when he leaves the stage, we're going to need to see rank-and-file Democrats standing up and making the case, not just on ABC News, but back home, talking to their people in their communities and making the case to local newspapers and on local radio and on local television stations about what Democrats are fighting for and about what Democrats believe in and why it's best in the best interests of the people in those communities. At one point during the meeting today, I don't remember who exactly it was, one of the leaders had suggested that all the newly elected members of the Democratic caucus should raise their hand to be recognized. And a lot of hands went up. I'm sure somebody was taking attendance at the meeting. I wasn't. I don't think that every member of the Democratic caucus was there. I don't think Senator Manchin was the only one who didn't attend. I don't know what reasons they may have for that. But it sure looked like a lot of the people who were elected for the first time and are serving their second full day in office as a member of the United States Congress spent an hour and a half with the president today. And I think that's a pretty good indication that the president's words and message has resonated deeply with them, has certainly played at least some part in inspiring them to seek public office. And I think that means that they're more than energized for the fight ahead.
But as the president looked around at the Senate and House Democratic caucuses, he must have seen that the numbers are a lot smaller than they had been in previous years, and particularly after the wave election in 2010, a lot of this was a result of the political capital he spent on Obamacare, right? Mm-hmm. That there was a wave back against the president for passing that legislation. Does he at all acknowledge the political capital that was spent then, and have any regret of some of the other legislative priorities he didn't get through, like criminal justice reform, immigration reform, infrastructure, those other things you mentioned earlier?
Well, listen, I think there is a lot of analysis that can be done of the 2010 election, and let me just stipulate that I disagree with the analysis that you put forward about that solely being a backlash against the Affordable Care Act. I think the president would acknowledge that capital was spent in terms of passing and implementing the Affordable Care Act. But to a person, I feel confident that Democrats would agree that it's worth it if that's what's required to get 20 million Americans covered on insurance. If we're going to outlaw insurance companies from discriminating against people with pre-existing conditions or charging women more just because they're women, it's worth it. That's the reason you got into the fight. That's the reason you ran for public office in the first place. It's the reason that you chose to engage in a public debate in the first place. So yes, the president is proud of that and the progress that we've made as a result. That answer your question?
Yeah, I just have one quick other question. Okay. So as far as the Russian hacks go, I know normally you can't discuss sources and methods and how you guys are getting intelligence, but can you at least characterize the sort of intelligence that's coming in that proves that this was a Russian hack? Is it digital fingerprints that you're tracing back to a computer in Russian possession? Is it human sourcing, that you're intercepting phone calls and hearing Russians talk about this kind of thing? Or where's the confidence coming from?
Well, I'm obviously quite limited in what I can say from here, but I think there are a couple of things that I can point to that I think that I think answer the questions that you've raised. It's essentially two. The first is the statement that was issued by the intelligence community in October of 2016, before the election, making clear that Russia was interfering in our election, represented the consensus view of 17 different intelligence agencies. That's not usually the way intelligence works. That kind of unanimity of opinion, particularly when the stakes are so high, is notable. The decision by the intelligence community, not just to reach that conclusion, but to make it public, is notable. And I think it reflects the depth of their confidence in that assessment. But your question goes to what explains the depth of that confidence? Why?
Trying to determine, this just popped up.
I think the only thing that the thing that I can certainly say from here is that there was the release last week of the joint analysis report that was issued by the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, and included in that report were specific included in that report was specific technical advice to computer network operators, systems administrators across the country and around the world about steps that they could take to protect their networks from malicious Russian cyber activity. I think that's an indication that there was a deep technical analysis that was done, and being able to put forward that technical analysis so that people could protect themselves from the Russians, I think reflects the work that was done that pretty definitively ties this back to the Russians. The other effect of releasing that information means that Russia now has to go back to the drawing board and change some of their tactics. If people who are responsible for defending computer networks are now aware of the places from which those attacks originate, if they're aware of the kinds of tactics that are used in erecting and executing those attacks, if they're aware of the kind of software, the malware that is used, and they can defend their networks against that malware, that's going to make things a lot more difficult for the Russians. So that isn't just an effort to erect defenses to repel malicious Russian activity. It's actually going to set back Russian efforts to carry out those kinds of attacks. I think that's an indication of the depth of the analysis that was done. It's technical in nature. I would stipulate that from the beginning. But I think it's an indication that the intelligence community is following more than their gut instinct. And I think the way that you can tell that is based on the technical analysis that was put forward and by the demonstration of the conviction in their analysis by expressing their unanimous opinion publicly before the election about what exactly had happened.
It sounds like, though, that you're pointing then more to the digital fingerprint, more so than human intelligence. Is there any concern that that could be manipulated if somebody was so smart to manipulate the info so that it made it look like it was Russia?
Yeah. I think what I'm pointing to is the one thing that I feel like I can point to publicly to substantiate some of the claims that we've made. It doesn't mean that there isn't additional evidence out there. I'm sure that there is. But there is a priority that's placed on protecting sources and methods. And with regard to sort of this question about manipulating that kind of digital evidence, I feel confident, based on the expertise and technical know-how of the United States intelligence community, that that's something that they considered before putting forward that technical information and before putting forward their unanimous high confidence assessment about what exactly happened. Okay. Bill Press. Nice to see you, Bill.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I was wondering, have you had an opportunity yet to meet with or to speak with the person who's been designated as your successor at the podium?
I did have an opportunity yesterday to meet with Sean Spicer, the gentleman that has been hired by the president-elect to succeed me as the White House press secretary. I was going to say it's I believe that I had met Sean in passing previously at a social occasion, but this was the first time I'd had an opportunity to sit down with him and have a conversation. And yesterday in my office we sat down with him and his assistant, and Jen Psaki joined for that conversation, and we had a long conversation about what it's like to work at the White House, and we certainly talked about some of the complicated logistics of working in this environment, but we also talked a little bit about the approach to the job that Jen and I have taken in fulfilling our roles at this White House, and it was a good conversation. And I know that he's excited about the opportunity, and he should be. Getting to work at the White House is a genuine honor, and certainly having the opportunity to stand at this podium and speak to all of you and engage in a debate about a set of issues that I certainly feel strongly about, and to advocate for a president that I respect enormously is a genuine honor, and I think Sean sees it the same way, and he should.
It has certainly been a question among many of us. Did the subject of whether or not he intends to hold daily press briefings come up in your conversation?
I'll let him speak to whatever plans that he has.
If it did come up, or if it does come up, from your perspective, having been here now for the last 4 or 5 years, what would your advice be about the importance or the wisdom of daily press briefings?
Yeah. Well, the argument that I've made in the past is I think that there is genuine value to the day-to-day engagement that I have with all of you. The symbolic value of the president hiring somebody to play a senior role in his staff, to come out here every day, on camera, on the record, and answer whatever questions you guys dream up, and be an advocate for the policies that the president has prioritized, and be held accountable for knowing what the president thinks, faithfully expressing his view, and being factual and accurate in making that case. That's a healthy part of our democracy. There aren't many countries in the world that encourage this kind of engagement. So I think it's genuinely a good thing. I think there are some aspects of it that are not as efficient as they may have been a generation ago, before iPhones and BlackBerries and email. There were many fewer opportunities for the press corps to interact with the White House staff. But the truth is, I think there's a lot of symbolic value to doing this, and it's good for the country. And I think the president believes that it serves his interests well to have somebody out here making an argument in support of his policies. And I think it certainly serves your viewers and listeners and readers to hear firsthand from somebody at the White House who's willing to stand up here and put their name behind a forceful case and an explanation for what the president's doing and why he's doing it. But obviously the incoming administration will have to make up their own mind about the wisdom of pursuing a strategy that the president believes in because of its role in our democracy, but also because of the way that it's contributed to his success as president. Okay, Dave.
Josh, Democratic leaders in the California legislature announced today that they've hired Eric Holder as outside counsel to represent the state in what they anticipate will be legal battles against the Trump administration. Does the White House think it's appropriate for a former cabinet member to get paid to fight the policies of the new administration?
Well, I've seen only the headlines of some of the news reports that you're citing, and there's nothing that struck me in reading those reports that there was anything at all inappropriate about what Mr. Holder was choosing to pursue. First of all, I'll say that it's not surprising to me at all that the state of California would want to choose somebody as smart and as experienced and well-versed in these policy issues as Mr. Holder is. That's one of the reasons that President Obama chose him to be the Attorney General. Obviously, Mr. Holder is a telegenic, articulate advocate for a whole set of issues, and I suspect that the people of the state of California will benefit from him putting those same skills to work, advocating for them. And it doesn't strike me that there's anything wrong with it.
The president obviously has been very close to Mr. Holder over the years, considers him a friend. Did he know about this?
I haven't spoken to the president about Mr. Holder's new job, but it's certainly true that that the president holds Mr. Holder in high regard, both for his intellectual and legal abilities, but also because he's a pretty good guy. Okay, Jared, I'll give you the last one.
Thanks, Josh. A couple different versions of the Affordable Care Act repeal being discussed. On one hand, you've got reconciliation, which the Senate parliamentarian has ruled doesn't apply to all of the law, but only certain parts of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the Vice President-elect and Sean Spicer discussing today the possibility of executive actions that could be taken on day one. Does the legislative team here at the White House have any sense of what could be done to the Affordable Care Act by executive action, and whether any of that would be, in this administration's mind, an improvement of the law?
I am not aware of what the incoming team may have been referring to with regard to potential changes to executive action that they're looking at. I think the thing that I can faithfully relate to you, that if we had conceived of a way for the president to use executive action to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, then I assure you we would have done it. But look, I think we'll have to let the incoming administration provide some more insight into what their plans are before I can comment on them.
Do you think that it signals strength or weakness of the plan that executive action is one of the first out the gate moves for this, or do you not have enough to go on?
I think it's hard to discern at this point exactly what their plans are. I just think that whatever changes they choose to make, they'll be held to a rather high standard for assessing the success or failure of those changes. And we'll be counting on all of you to hold them to that standard. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm here if I need to leave walk for you. I'm ready. How are you?
All right, everybody, News Now is going to shut down for about an hour here while we reset the stream here for you, folks. And I can't tell you, Mary Kate is in the building now.